Okay, we're recording now.
Okay, and that means we're also bringing in audience. Thank you. Okay. We're going to get started already. Thank you. Good evening. It is March 21st, 2022. And we have 3 meetings tonight. The first is at 5:30, and that is a working session of the town council. The second is at 6:30, and that is a public forum on CPA recommendations. And the third meeting is our regular town council meeting, will not start before 7 o'clock. Okay. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting is being conducted via remote means. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the March 21st, 2022 special meeting of the Amherst Town Council to order at 5:33. I'll call upon each counselor by name to make sure you can hear us and we can hear you. Shalini Ball-Milne.
I'm present.
Pat DeAngelis. Anna Devon Gothier is on her way. Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Present.
Anika Lopes.
Present.
Michelle Miller.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Present.
Pam Rooney.
Present.
Kathy Shane. Okay, waiting. Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Present.
Okay, so we're waiting for Anna and Kathy. There's no, I'm sorry. Yeah. Matt. Yeah, we know. Thank you. There's no chat room. If you have technical issues, please let Athena or me know, or both of us. That would be good. As I mentioned earlier, we have 3 meetings. There's no public comment during this meeting, but there is an opportunity for public comment on CPA at the public forum and also a general public comment period at the regular town council meeting. No votes will be taken during this portion of this meeting. There'll be votes later on. So with that, we're going to move on. And I believe I would like to ask, and not I believe, I would like to ask the sponsors of a rental property bylaw, residential rental property bylaw and rental permit registration system, Councilors Haneke, Councilor Miller, Councilor Rooney, and Councilor Taub. And I believe Michelle is presenting? No, Pam is presenting. Please go right ahead.
Athena, do you have the goals up, ready to go? So the discussion tonight is rental permitting and inspection services. Just a short preamble. Since 2014, when town meeting adopted our current rental permit system, the number of rental units has increased. Town staff are spread thin on enforcing the regulations. Maintenance, safety, and behavior violations have raised concerns in many neighborhoods. And fees today don't reflect any difference between owner-occupied rentals and multiple units. It seems a really appropriate moment to tackle a review of our system, our fee structure, our enforcement tools, and also get an accurate count of rental units. Ironically, as we know, the number of units being rented is going up. The number of actual rental permits is going down. So the following goals were the basis of restructuring the current bylaw. And Athena has these on the screen if you can see them. In short, the goals are to ensure that rental units are properly maintained and code compliant so that they're safe and healthy for tenants to occupy. Another goal is to adopt a more equitable fee structure, to create a clear licensing program that educates property owners and tenants. It will safeguard strong neighborhoods, and finally address climate action goals. So on behalf of the sponsors, we look forward to tonight's discussion. I believe Lynn will moderate that conversation. Thanks.
And I just want to pause for a moment and just, Anna, can you hear us? And we can hear you.
Yes, apologies for being late.
No problem.
Sorry.
Thank you. Right. And are there other things you would like to say at this time? All right, so the floor is open for discussion from the council, and I'm looking for hands. Anna.
All right, I had the time this week, so I have a whole bunch of questions here, I think, and I want to clarify, and I apologize, I came in late. For those who are bringing this forward, would it be more helpful to give specific feedback, or are you really hoping we stay general today? And I'm happy to do both, it doesn't matter.
Both. Thank you.
Can I keep going? Okay.
Please.
All right. So one of the biggest things I had was around the definition of student housing unit. And I mean, I read this many times. I won't show you my marked up version. No one should have to see that. But there seems like a lot of room for confusion within that definition. So for example, if students who are related are all going to college, what do you do the second they graduate? How do you prove they're a student? There's a lot of avenues for confusion in that particular definition. And I'd love clarification on, I'd love to see it more clarified in the document. I think that's the part where I'm trying to find my exact phrasing here, but really, thinking through, is it just graduate students or is it just undergraduates? Is it graduates as well? What do you do if someone who's a professional in the community starts taking classes? They're technically a student at that point. So cleaning that up would be one of my asks.
Okay.
Unless I missed something, and I'm happy to be corrected always. No ego in this game.
I want to just pause for a moment and make sure that Kathy Shane can hear us and we can hear her.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Is there any comment from any of the sponsors at this point? Okay.
So thank you for that. That's a good segue into the bylaw that was handed out today is something that the four of us really haven't even discussed. So comments about concerns about things, they might still be concerns of ours, but hearing suggestions is absolutely fantastic. And then even going from a higher level, do you like, comments like, do you like having a definition of student homes and separate categories for licenses for different types of rentals? I think we had some questions in the memo about things like fee structures and on the more general side, but also specifics about suggestions for any improvements would be great.
So Anna, I'm going to go on to Jennifer. Did you want to say something? Please.
It also echoing Mandy that this is very, very rough week. But in some of the, because we were looking to other university and college towns and that many of them do define student housing and they get very specific about how many classes you're taking. I mean, but we would probably get into that.
Okay. And Anna, I'll come back to you more later. Okay, Dorothy.
My first comment is I really want to compliment the committee on the beautiful writing of the first 3 pages. I just read sentence after sentence that were so clear. You got to the point, you said the main things. I agree we have a lot of areas where it's into the weeds, where it's not clear exactly how to do this or that. But I just thought it was one of the better written things I have read. So I compliment you on that. Because I just agreed and I said, yes, you've said it. So that's great. I have a little point here on page 4, which is to do, maybe it's not 4. It's on page 5, which is about whether to include incentives and what types are available for adoption of sustainability energy saving measures. I think we're getting confused because what we've been talking about, the overall thing, well, okay, I guess there are two threads. One is the safety and of the welfare of the tenants, which I think is very important. And the other is the preservation of the house, individual house, that it be safe and that it not cause decay and decline of a neighborhood. The neighborhood remain diverse and with a family mixture, okay? I think maybe incentives for energy is probably going too far. And there's so many other things that have to be dealt with before we get to that one. And that would just be, I would say, we're going to be hoping to do, I mean, I listened to the Ithaca, New York report on redoing the energy efficiency of all the homes, a townwide activity. I hope that when we get through our big capital projects splurge, that we then go into that. And then all housing, or certainly rental housing, would be open and available to those kind of programs. So that's how I would like to do that. But that's all I have to say at this moment. So thank you very much for a really excellent report.
Anna, I'll come back to you until I see other counselors.
Great, that's what I was going to suggest. So one, I do want to disagree with what Dorothy said. I do not think we should delay talking about the sustainability components of this. And it's something that ECAC is working on right now. So I know that I believe they've been in touch with you. If not, they should soon. It's not something that we can put off, nor should we. So that's my thought on that. The first thing that caught my eye on this, I found the top page of my notes, so I'm going in order now. So the first page, or first thing that caught my eye on this was the phrasing incentivize proper maintenance and leasing to well-behaved tenants, as well as the phrasing poorly behaved tenants. That phrasing makes me really uncomfortable because it can be used in a very coded way. And so I think that I understand what you're trying to get at in that. And I'm trying to remember if this is in the actual memo or the bylaw itself. And if it's the memo, then that's fine, whatever. But considering how different people might interpret well-behaved and poorly behaved, and making sure that that's grounded in actual things like what you outline in what would be considered kind of breaking the procedure, if that makes sense.
Okay. Jennifer, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I should probably not respond to everything that said, but that gets back to this definition of a student house, which is one reason that it is included in the bylaws, because student rentals, I mean, just let's put it out there, are a whole different animal. That, people that rent, you don't know the difference between people that rent and people that don't. But so where this is coming from is some property owners, and again, not by any means, they're certainly responsible landlords, but that the property owner not to be able to say, well, if there's parties at this house till 3 a.m. every weekend, it's not my responsibility, it's the tenants. So that's what some of this is getting at, behaviors you would not see in properties other than student rentals. Not that you see them in all student rentals, but not on a consistent basis, and that it would be the responsibility of the person renting the property, that they have some responsibility over the activities that happen in their properties.
I want to ask for clarification. When you say the person renting the property, is that the rentor or the owner?
The owner, that the owner has, because from experience, there have been property owners that say, that's not my responsibility. It's I don't live there.
Thank you for the clarification. Pat, you have your hand up. Oh, I'm sorry. Anika, you have your hand up. I need to take you in the proper order.
Yes, I just wanted to echo Anna, that I do think that it would be helpful to look at some of the language, especially being mindful that not all renters are students. I think I myself would be considered a well-behaved renter. And this, the language here can, really be off-putting, because it's just as factual that, there are some renter-occupied households that, if you just look outside, they look to be better taken care of than some owner occupied homes. So I do think that this, language could be off-putting, especially if some of the goal is to continue to attract single family renters. And I would also like if there could be some clarification on the frequency of inspections.
Jennifer?
Thank you.
No, I will not repeat myself, but I think, again, we are very sensitive to that. And I think that's why there's a definition of a student house. I don't think, not all student houses, but as I said before, I think when there's no difference between renters and non-renters, but there is a difference. It's a different animal, not all houses, but when houses have groups of, 19 to 21-year-olds living alone for the first time in a house with a backyard, it is a different animal than any other non-student household renting a house. We make no distinctions between renters and non-renters. The neighborhood I live in has many renters. I don't even know who rents and who owns, but I can pick out a number of student houses for obvious reasons.
Okay. Pat?
I want to go back to the phrasing well-behaved and poorly behaved and counter what you're saying about 19 to 20-year-olds. When my son left college and rented an apartment in Boston with 3 other people, they behaved very well. And my son and his now wife have been in the same apartment for 11 years because the landlord is so happy by how they behave. I really, really want well-behaved and poorly behaved struck. I feel like we had incidences in Amherst in the last year or so where some Black teenagers were playing in their own backyard with friends, and their neighbors called the police, and they were not making a lot of noise. So I'm really kind of appalled by the phrasing. I'm appalled by saying that all students, basically because they're 19 to 21-year-old, misbehave. And I feel like there's such a chance to be racist and abusive. I'm not with this language that it needs out. It shouldn't be there. And I had trouble all the way through about how students are called out. And I have residents on Grantwood and stuff who really struggle with the student behavior in their neighborhood. So I'm not condoning all student behavior. And I know I need to do something to support families and neighbors and other students' houses where the behavior is good behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really, anyway, I'll stop right now, but I'm really appalled that you got stuck.
Okay. Mandy Jo?
I just wanted to address the clarification on frequency of inspections part from Anika, which is, we don't know what's right. I think in the last couple of days, there's been annual, there's been 3 years, there's been 5 years. Part of, I will say all 4 of the sponsors in putting a working draft bylaw out there were very uncomfortable doing so. I don't want to get into why we did now. I want to talk about that at the action item. But we as sponsors have barely talked about that document itself. It is very much a mishmash of various other towns and cities bylaws of things that we thought we needed to discuss and all. So in terms of frequency of inspections in particular, since that was asked, we don't know. We're looking at multiple different things. It needs conversation. It needs information from the building inspector about what might be possible. There's all sorts of options regarding that, in terms of which houses might need more inspections based on prior inspections being found to have violations of building code, and others that don't, and things like that. So, it's very much, I can't say it would be every year or it would be every 3 years, or it depends on the type of rental. Although there are some things in there about if it's classified as a student home, it might require a yearly rental. If it's classified as an Airbnb, it might require a yearly inspection. Again, all of that is up for conversation. And so thoughts on what you'd like to see is certainly what we would like to hear tonight.
Again, I just want to point out, this is not in any way final. So what I think what we're doing is trying to provide some suggestions. Pam or Michelle, as sponsors, did you have something you wanted to say at this point?
Yeah.
Pam?
Oh, okay, I'll go and then Pam.
All right,
Okay?
that's fine.
Okay. So thank you for the feedback on that particular languaging, and I think that comes from the memo. And so I would be curious if you have thought about some other language that might capture sort of what we're trying to get at here that would feel less offensive, or because when we get into the bylaw, we look at, for example, point systems, and point systems take into consideration certain behaviors and actions that define and measure whether a student home, for example, is well behaved or not. So would there be some other language that you could help us with to include in the memo? We appreciate that.
Okay. And
So I'll just quickly add that one of the things that whoever gets to work on this further really needs to think about the criteria by which we set standards for the building inspector to follow. So it's not arbitrary, and so it's not capricious, and that the criteria that we would try to lay out would be, open to everybody so that they could follow them. And things like leaving trash, in the yard for a week is something that might be considered a small violation, or anyway, that's just one example. But I think we really want to have some input on the criteria too, on what works for enforcement of our regulations.
okay. Andy.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the people who started working on this, because they have created a conversation that we needed to have. And if it hadn't been for your work, we wouldn't be having this session. I do think that there's a lot that still needs to be done, because we need to recognize also that students are a very important part of a university and college community, and that most students are good people, and they're trying to really be good neighbors. And I think that what we recognize is that there are problems that occur with loud parties, with trash being strewn about at times, with sometimes alcohol getting out of control and fueling parties. And it is, we have a series of bylaws that deal with these issues. It's not just the rental registration. So we need to be careful that you can't put it all in the rental registration, because the nuisance house bylaw, the open container bylaw, noise bylaw are all very important parts of what what we've structured over the years to have something that really makes for a good community, or a better community. And I think that the problems with rental registration are obvious, but they're solving the rental registration is not necessarily going to be the solution to all of the problems. The other thing that I am somewhat struggling with is a topic that we've talked about already this evening, and that is singling out and separating student rentals from other rentals, and whether that's even a necessary step to take. And when you why are we doing that? I think is something that we need to be asking ourselves before we do it. In restructuring the rental registration bylaw, I think that the biggest problems that we have when I've talked with rental registration bylaws is that we don't have enough staff enforcing it. And so the fee structure piece of it was very important in order to be able to address the problem of having enough staff who are actually following up on it. And the fact that it's complaint driven, so that if somebody doesn't register a house, it's not known except in a complaint driven mechanism, and that there needs to be a better way to do it. And those seem to me to be the biggest problems that we're having. And what so I'm a little bit hesitant to develop what could be a very substantial, long bylaw to address a very small bucket of problems, which gets into the last point that I want to make and then turn the floor back over to others, is that it's a mistake to make bylaws longer than they absolutely need to be, because you want people to be able to pick up the bylaw, read it, not be intimidated by its length, and understand it. And the more you make it look like a major statute that starts with 2 pages of definitions and goes on into, too much detail, I think does take a risk of losing people and losing the very people who you want to be able to look at the bylaw, understand what it's asking them to do, and then follow through with what we're asking them to do. So when we get around to the bylaw we develop, I would encourage less, not more.
Okay, Jennifer, did you want to respond?
I'm sorry. No, I'll let people haven't spoke before, and I'll speak later.
Then we'll keep going. Alicia.
So many of the comments that I want to say are sort of echoing other concerns that we've heard. But I also wanted to first just say that I think this was a great draft, however, and that it's at least giving us something to start with, which I think is important. And honestly, Andy's previous comments have my gears sort of changing a little bit here. So bear with me while I work through this. So I also agree with the wording and the definition of some of the terms in the document, and the ones that have already been brought up are also my main concerns in terms of defining behavior. And mostly because I'm thinking of running into issues of cultural competency and understanding of different ways that people live. And I find that to be something that I'm thinking more strongly about, especially because of the closing of North Village, where a lot of international families lived, which I also has me thinking about the definition of student housing. And so I know that for myself as a non-typical student, because I was also a parent when I was an undergrad, I had a hard time finding housing because I was a full-time student. And so I would run into houses that said, we don't rent to full-time students. But I also have children. So like, I'm not going to be throwing parties. But there were a lot of homes that I actually couldn't rent because of the definition that I fell under because of that. And so I also am thinking about, again, the closing of North Village and all of the international students who have families who will be considered students, and how that will affect them moving forward and complying with these things. And again, the cultural competency, which is why Andy's comment sort of has me thinking, because the people who we need to be able to understand this document and who it will apply to as well. And I think it is important to just make it as concise as possible. With that being said, I don't think we should cut any corners, but I do think that's something to keep in mind. But then the twofold, I also think that is why the definitions in the beginning are important, and having really clear definitions of the terminology. And so I understand also that there will be a rating system, and I think it would be really important for that to be super clear, because I'm also thinking back, and not that this would be considered good or bad behavior, but just as an example, when I was living in North Village, there were a lot of international families who did like walks under the moon, like during full moon and things like that, and how those things might be interpreted to people who don't understand, or to other people in the neighborhood who might not be familiar with certain cultures, so certain expectations and things that happen. And so just being aware and mindful of those things, because we are a university town. And so we do have a mixture of people who live here and who would be considered students.
Okay. I'm going to just keep going unless, okay, great. Dorothy, I'm going to actually skip all the way over to Shalini, who has not spoken yet. Okay.
Thank you. I was thinking of getting maybe more clarification on the problem statement, the problem that we're solving for. And I think it's related to a lot of points that are coming up. Because, for example, if we say the fourth purpose is to help stabilize, protect, and enhance essential characteristics of the quality of life within existing neighborhoods, does that mean we're talking about noise or littering that's happening? Or are we talking, because we had district meeting in our last council where people were actually upset about students living in their neighborhoods. And when we try to understand what is the reason for not wanting students, like, are they creating noise? Are they creating, and they're like, no, they're really great, but we just don't want. So I think it's really important for us to be honest and like, what is the problem that we're solving for? And then once we know that, then there might be different solutions, as Andy was pointing out to, zoning for particular kind of housing in certain areas, or the CREST program might help with the noise bylaw, or so there are others, but we need to be very clear that what is the problem that we're trying to solve for. So that was one thing. And secondly, I agree again with the definition of student housing and families, because that was the other thing that came up in our district meeting, was that there are different types of family configurations these days, and just saying 4 unrelated people living, it could be still a family. So being sensitive to that. And one of the questions I had, and I'm sorry, I didn't go through the whole document, but the registration fee currently, is it per building or is it per units? Because that definitely needs, I think, a change if it's only per building, because you have 100 units, then there's more inspection, more work. And so hopefully it's based on that, what the registration fee would be. And I think I had one other last thing. Oh yeah, and is the onus of problem properties, is it on the homeowners? Like what we heard was there are owners who are trying to do their best, but still, and they're spending a lot of money on management companies and all, but there's still problems. So is the onus of correcting for those falling on homeowners who are doing their best and spending money on it? Or is it somehow on the students, or what is, yeah.
Okay, should I keep going, or did you want to say something, Jennifer? Okay, Kathy.
I'm just going to pick up on I think a couple of things Andy said, but also a bit of what Shalini said on problem solving. When I first ran for the council and was in different neighborhoods, I heard 2 kinds of stories. One were people who owned rental properties who had long-term rentals And they said, we're treated the same as the properties that have lots of problems and the police are called regularly and there are health and safety. Why are we treated the same? We're never a problem. We don't generate a need for any staff to do. So Andy said, how much of a problem do we have, whatever the problem is? And the town of Salem was one I was looking for on, did they try to differentiate between places where they focus on and get a count of where they had units that were a problem. And my background was healthcare, and in nursing homes, the states that did oversight of nursing homes well recognized the really terrific nursing homes. And they knew the nursing homes that were regularly starving patients and had bed sores in them. And they tried to focus on the places that they were trying to improve and not overburden the others. So the simplicity side. So I'm wondering whether we could get, so Salem defines it as something that is a nuisance or a problem. Had 4 times in the past year, the police were called with arrestable offenses, or there were 4 sustained complaints that were building or health safety over a 12-month period. And if we had any information about that, we could say how many of all the rental properties we have fall into those buckets, that the police are called on some frequency level, or the building inspector knows the electrical wires aren't grounded, the plumbing doesn't work, the roof is collapsing, is a health and safety. And I don't think we know that, but I think it's knowable. So I'm wondering if we can see whether there's a way to get that, because I think any attempt to improve should focus on those and not paint everyone with the same paintbrush, and really be able to say to the places that are really running well, there may be differences, but that's not what an overhaul is aimed at. And then do we have to do a major overhaul, or can we do in focused areas? And I don't know where to come out on that, but I've been trying to figure this out for 3 years. So I'm really glad we're having a conversation on it, because I kept having the stories, from one neighborhood to the next. One other neighborhood said, this is supposed to have 4 people in it. There are 10 cars in the driveway and they're there all the time and there's no noise. Can't you do something, was another place. And so it was not a single. And then other neighborhoods were saying almost everything in this neighborhood is a rental, and it's great. We know our neighbors, we get along well. So trying to figure out how we differentiate is something I'd like to see. Can we do it, and can we do it not with a sweeping, everyone is in the same bucket, but much more focused.
Okay, before I go back to councilors who have already spoken, we have about 20 more minutes before we adjourn this session. Because we're going to stay strict to the timing here. Are there counselors who have not spoken who would like to say something before I go back around? Then I'm going to go to Jennifer. Did you want to speak now, or?
I'll speak now.
Okay, sure.
I just want to say, we are totally, I don't even know if I will be, moving forward, depends how this refers, even, be directly involved. But we welcome and appreciate all your comments, and certainly didn't mean for any language to be inflammatory, or offensive. So we, nothing, everything, and it's, we expect will be changed. I just want to personally say, Dorothy and I live in the precinct that probably has the greatest number of student houses. I chose to live there because I wanted to live in town. I love living near the university. I love the vibrancy of the students. I wanted to live in a more urban neighborhood, but and the initial concern for residents, all residents, renters, homeowners living in neighborhoods with, and again, Precinct 10 has a lot of student rentals, probably more than it doesn't, is the condition of the house that not all landlords, of course, but some absentee landlords don't take good care of their property, in part because students live there, and students don't necessarily probably feel empowered to advocate for better housing and code enforcement, and because they change tenants every year, usually so that was the first concern, was how the landlords, and there was a definite correlation between how the pride that the homeowners, the landlords, property owners had, and the behavior of the students. And we were also very concerned because there were more than the 4 students living in a house. And of course, we recognize that there's many household configurations with, unrelated individuals, but that when more than 4 students are living in a home, because there were landlords that were, renting to 8 and 9 students in a house that really should have just been for 4. And there were a lot of, and that was violating, health and safety regulations. And I would say, I knew the statistic once, but it was something like 97% of noise and nuisance calls to the Amherst police are from non-owner occupied. I have to say it, student rentals. Not if the owner lives there, almost very few noise and nuisance complaints. And I think if the question was, well, what do residents, what is the objection? Well, I mean, I think they made a movie about a suburban neighborhood where a fraternity moved in next door. And there have been, there are those situations where all of a sudden people find themselves on the 300 block of Lincoln at one school year. A property owner bought 3 houses, rented them to 8 students, and all of a sudden the residents living there were like, they were on Fraternity Row. So that was a concern. And I would also say, there's also a concern about, and this is probably getting off to another topic, but how much you can charge for these houses. So on the 300 block of Lincoln now, there's a house that looks quite modest from the outside being rented to students for $5,500. So that also changes the dynamics of a neighborhood in terms of, can non-student households continue to be able to be renters in the community? So that's just a little context. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go back and I'm going to just ask that you keep your comments short. And again, this is just a first look. Okay, Anna?
You're telling me to cut down my 4 pages.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll send them along. Don't worry. All right. So thing 1, to Kathy's point, there is a really interesting map of residential complaints, code violations and complaints. So happy to send that link along, but it's really interesting. It seems to be up to date. I was looking at it earlier today and there's things on there from February 2022. So that does exist, which is exciting. I'm going to keep going. Couple general things throughout the document. One of the things I noticed is that there's seems to be some inconsistency around numbers for certain things, right? So what's counted as short-term is different in about 3 different places. Similarly, like small units or small buildings versus large, et cetera, et cetera. It'd be really great if we could get some consistency on that as this goes forward. So last thing I'll say about the student house, and I know this is not capturing everything that you're trying to get at. Another consideration could be differentiating between leases, which are monthly versus by semester versus by year, assuming that they might turn over. That is asking for more staff time and work if they need to report things whenever the tenants change. So it might be worth considering fee increases based on length of lease. The phrasing, Michelle, to get to your point, I think, something like incentivizing maintenance and adherence to policy, which supports the well-being of our community, really bringing it back to what specifically you have outlined as quote unquote good behavior versus leaving it up for interpretation. And then last thing is the sustainability. So I really think that we should incentivize installation down the road, incentivize installation of energy saving measures such as air source heat pumps. And that needs to be, we need a way to ensure that those savings are reflected to the tenants. So in section F1A1, I think, I'd really love to see the cost of rent per unit added to this list. This is going to help us track whether landlords are price gouging. I know there's not a lot we can do about it, but the other part of this is as we are incentivizing sustainability measures, this helps us to make sure that landlords aren't taking all of that cost that they used to spend on gas for heating, which is now on electric, if the tenant pays electric, and not changing the rent at all to reflect it, right? So there's a lot of sustainability components that should hypothetically lessen pressure of rental costs. And in my world, ideally, we'd like to see rents going down after energy retrofits. And so this could be a qualifier for incentive programs. And I'd really love to see consideration to that. And then F1A3, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact, I wrote where what? Oh, are you shushing me? Don't, I have 4 pages. So that section, and I'm forgetting what it is, it's the same one of the what's included in it. It needs to go beyond heating and cooling costs. That's really important. As we're moving to electric modes of heating, cooling is already electric, but as we're moving to electric modes of heating, we need to understand the impact of that. It may not be, you can't tease that out, right? You can't exactly say this is exactly what you spent on electric heat, but it's, I think, understanding electricity costs crosswalked with mode of heating and cooling. And I would like to see that per unit as we move to electric versus per building. With different unit sizes, with different sustainability measures, it's important to be able to differentiate that. I'm done. Thank you.
We have 2 more comments. Dorothy?
Well, I prepared by reading the memo. I did not go over the existing bylaw yet, all right? In the memo, I mean, that's maybe perhaps why I'm having this feeling of great disconnect. It's felt like there's been a debating a straw man. In this memo, I don't see any words about poorly or well-behaved tenants. In fact, somebody said, what is this for? What is the problem? As I read the memo, the problem is some landlords. The word student is almost not mentioned. It's defined very clearly that they're concerned with some landlords who are not concerned with the welfare of tenants, some who are letting housing deteriorate, and they want to preserve the residential neighborhood, some landlords who fail to maintain tenant occupancy limits, and they mention that many of those landlords live out of town. And the ultimate thing is the aim to encourage responsible property ownership. So the document I read was really not about student behavior. It was about what is easily observed if you travel through the neighborhoods where there's a lot of the rental houses, which have become a business, where people are doing it as investment properties, don't live in town, and are letting the buildings fall apart and not be safe places. You know, when somebody sends their kids to college, they don't expect that they're going to get burnt up or that they're not going to have proper safety. So the idea is that we are working to maintain livable, safe housing, and that we're not allowing neighborhood crashing. And Jennifer did bring up a very important point. Because this is a new way of making money without living in town, family housing is just totally out of the reach. It's a property that would be renting for maybe $2,000 a month. If it's rented by the bed, can be something where somebody can get $5,000. And so the other people just can't get in there. So that's when I said it was well written. I did not see any of that stuff talking about student behavior. And I didn't see anything that was negative towards students. There was one sentence that said, frequent turnover in tenancy, but that's not the students' fault. That is just a fact of what happens sometimes, that some of them are living on their own for the first time. And that is, of course, particularly relevant in a home which is not owner occupied. There's no adult present. And it becomes particularly difficult on a block or two where there are almost no owner occupied homes at all. So there are no quote unquote adults or people with long-term roots in the community. So there's no one to actually report violations or danger or trouble. And we witnessed all of those things at the fraternity house disaster that happened earlier this year. So when I talk about this memo, I do not see anything in here which is, castigating or doing anything towards students, but it is definitely talking about trying to find a way to encourage landlords to be good property managers and provide safe housing for whomever they're renting to.
Mindy Jo, do you want to go now or shall I take Shalini? Okay, Shalini?
Okay. When we were talking about criteria, what would make a particular housing problematic, I was just thinking about police calls as not being the criteria because I think just keeping in mind that it's generally residents with lower income maybe who have problems with drug addictions and the same problems can exist in higher income families too, but they may not call the police and may have doctors and whatnot. So I don't think police calls should be a criteria that we use for deciding this. That's one thing. And I don't know if there's a place here, but I was surprised with that there was a group in UMass that actually deals with issues, and I think many residents don't know about that. And somehow that can be brought to light that there is a group at UMass that works with when there's littering or those kind of problems that exist, and maybe we need to be using and tapping into that UMass group more. And I don't know if that has a way to can we put them in this bylaw at all, like UMass groups, I mean college groups or not, or just maybe somewhere else.
Okay, I want to give an opportunity for Mandy Jo and the other sponsors, if they have any comments they would like to make at this time. We will be talking about next steps at the council meeting that starts at 7, but go ahead, Mandy Jo.
I want to address one question that Shalini brought up the first time, which is the registration fees, the license fees, the inspection fees and all. As we know, there's a referral right now to TSO regarding those issues on the current bylaw. There is no proposal here at this point on a potential future bylaw, because any proposal depends on how that bylaw ends up in terms of things like how many licenses are there, how many inspections are there, who's doing the inspections. And so until that bylaw is more finalized about those issues, it's very hard to draft what the fee structure and inspection costs might look like in order to support something. So it's not that it's been forgotten, it's that it can't be done right now until more is done on a potential revision to a bylaw. With that said, I just want to say thank you to the whole council that showed up. We as part of this group, we have just scratched the surface on what might be done even before it came to this. There might be a 22-page proposed bylaw. I'm with Andy. I would love to see it shorter. It was longer. At one point, you would be really concerned in terms of as I started mushing it together, how long it was at one point. And so, hearing all of your thoughts, concerns, ideas about how to address some of these has been very helpful to me, as I'm going to be, hopefully, depending on where it goes to, looking towards this in the future in terms of starting conversations and continuing those conversations as to each part. So thank you all for your very thoughtful comments.
Great. Thank you. Michelle.
I agree. Thank you to everyone for their thoughtful comments. And I just really want to highlight that the bylaw that was submitted, or this working draft bylaw, is not something that we anticipated having to submit. And it's really a mashup of bylaws from many different communities. And as not to reinvent the wheel, we're looking at all of the various robust bylaws that are out there. And in certain communities, like in State College, their bylaw works really well. But the sort of underlying factor in my mind is really defining the culture that we have here with respect to how we relate to students and to student residents. And as a council, having a deeper discussion about the culture. And one of the things that I know State College has done really well is they've put together an excellent guide, which I've shared with some of the other counselors, called Living in One Neighborhood. It's the Lion Guide. And they really embrace their students and also have very clear guidelines about how the relationship works. And so that's where I'd like to see us get to. And those are my comments right now.
Pam or Jennifer, did either of you have any concluding comments before we adjourn this session?
I've probably spoken enough.
No, that's, I hope that this began the conversation that you were looking for. And as I mentioned, we'll be talking about next steps during the regular council meeting. Pam, nothing else? All right.
Thank you, Lynn.
Seeing nothing else, I'm going to say this meeting is adjourned. Don't go away. We're using the same website. We're using the same Zoom. We will start the next meeting at 6:30, which is about 4 minutes from now. And we need to bring in some finance committee members as well. Okay. Athena, would you bring Sarah Marshall in, please? Let's see. Hi, Sarah.
Hello,
We'll get started momentarily.
Right.
And we have Bob Hagner and I know that Matt was with us earlier, but he's not in the audience. Hi, Bernie.
Hello.
And we're waiting for Matt. We're going to get started in about another minute or so. It's beautifully light outside. Okay, as the council returns, please turn your videos back on. We need to get started. Yeah. I do have the look. Okay. Okay. All right. Good evening. It is still March 21st. And this time for our second meeting tonight, we are doing a public forum on the Community Preservation Act recommended appropriations. And let me say that I have already checked to make sure that everybody on the council can hear and be heard, although I'm waiting for Shalini and Alicia to put your videos on. But meantime, I'm going to start and say, given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the March 21 public forum regarding Community Preservation Act Committee's recommendations for FY23 funding to order at 6:31. And I'm going to ask Andy Steinberg to call the Finance Committee meeting to order as well, and check to make sure that the Finance Committee members that have joined us, who are not on the council, can hear and be heard.
Okay, so I will call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Same date and under the same rules. I just checked. Bob Hegner, can you? And I think Matt Holloway, you're here.
Present.
And Bernie Kubiak.
Present.
And everyone else is a counselor who's on the committee, and you've already checked with their connections, Lynn. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We are going to begin this public forum, which is very clearly defined in Charter Section 5.6C. We're going to begin with a brief presentation by Sarah Marshall. We would like to thank her as chair of CPAC, the Community Preservation Act Committee, and all the members of the committee for the hard work they do each year in preparing this recommendation for the council. And so, Sarah, we have slides as we've agreed on, which basically gives a brief summary of each of the projects. And I'm turning the floor over to you.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you again. Do you mind if I just thank by name the members of the committee, because they
Please do
devote a lot of Thursday evenings and extra time to this work in the fall. So I want to recognize Sam McLeod, Anna Devlin Gauthier, Sarah Eisinger, Hetty Startup, Andrew McDougall, Tim Neal, David Williams, and Katie Allen Zobel, as well as Shaw Mangano and Sonia Aldrich of the Finance Department, who provide such excellent support and advice. So we are recommending to you an appropriation of approximately $2,390,000 for new projects beginning in fiscal year 23. For the public, that begins July 1st of this year. And for those who do not know, CPA funds can only be used in 3 or 4 categories. 2 of those are commonly combined. They can be, grants can be awarded for projects in Amherst in community housing, which is affordable housing essentially, for historic preservation, and for open space, but also for recreation projects. And the recreation projects can be counted towards the open space category, because the CPA law requires that at least 10% of new revenues be allocated each year to those 3 categories. So recreation and open space are considered one category for that purpose. All right, I do not see any slides. Should I see some slides?
Yep, coming up.
Okay.
Let me use this as an opportunity to say that I have filed a non-disclosure statement with regard to one of the projects because my husband wrote a letter of support for the pickleball courts. If anybody believes that therefore I cannot preside over this meeting, please speak up. Thank you.
All right,
okay.
If you can, Athena, please go to page 3. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, so I will quickly describe what we are recommending that council approve in each category. So the first of those is community housing, and we're recommending a grant of $500,000 to the town to, it can put towards other funds. I believe it has secured to fund the acquisition and development of transitional housing. Transitional housing is housing for people without homes, usually who need some support as they move towards permanent housing. We have very little housing, maybe none at the moment, in town at all for transitional housing, although the Valley CDC project on Belchertown Road will include a few such units. We also recommend a grant of $100,000, which could be spent over perhaps 3 years. That depends how the workload, what that looks like. But that's for a part-time housing coordinator, a non-benefited and temporary position in the town to help with the many various affordable housing projects that are moving along. Then we recommend 2 grants to the Amherst Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. First of all, $250,000 that goes into their coffers, essentially. CPA funds are virtually their only source of funding for this Affordable Housing Trust. And so we frequently recommend grants to them, and this year we are recommending $250,000. As you may all know, some of those affordable housing projects that have been in the pipeline are moving ahead now, particularly at the East Street School and the Belchertown Road property, which CPA funds helped purchase just a year and a bit ago, I believe. We are also recommending a grant of $30,000 to the Housing Trust to pay a consultant with whom they have worked for some time, and as they need help to develop grant proposals or do research or whatever they might need. And the final project in this category, we recommend $87,934 be awarded to the Housing Authority to conduct repairs to the John C. Nutting apartment complex at Chestnut Court. In fact, this represents 50% of the funding. The Housing Authority has secured the same amount of money already from the Commonwealth Department of Community and Housing Development. So together, the 2 grants would pay for some badly needed repairs. Moving ahead to historic preservation. Athena, if you could scroll a little further, please. Thank you. All right, thanks. So several recommended grants in this category. The first is $240,000 to the Conkey Stevens House. This house, beautiful brick Second Empire house at Salem Place on Main Street, is in the East Amherst Historic District. It's on the National Historic Register, and it is in urgent need of repairs to the building envelope, the roof, the walls, the chimneys, to keep water out from the interior of the building, plus some other exterior repairs. We also recommend a grant of $800 to the Amherst Historical Society that owns and is located at the Simeon Strong House, which is next to the Jones Library. It is a very old house, the 3rd oldest house in the town, also on the Historic Register. And they very much want to do a structural and engineering assessment of their building. They have never done that. And it's probably high time. So a relatively small grant for that work. We also recommend a grant of $135,000 to the Amherst Women's Club for exterior repairs and painting of the main house, the Hills House. They have, as many of you know, they have using the club's own funds done extensive interior repairs and improvements, but they are asking for assistance for exterior repairs. And finally, I believe no, not quite. Also in the historic preservation category, a grant of $50,000 to the West Cemetery in town. This will be maybe the 3rd or 4th grant for work at the West Cemetery, which the headstones are in great need of repair, and that work is ongoing. But also, in this case, to replace a collapsing chicken wire fence on the east side, I believe, with a historically appropriate fence, iron fence like is around on the other three sides, and also to install some signs and kiosks that give some basic historical information and hours and rules, things like that. And then the final award we're recommending in historic preservation is a grant of $12,900 to the District 1 Neighborhood Association, which is supported by the Conservation Department in this effort, to begin research on developing a history trail along part of the Mill River on town-owned conservation land. This doesn't mean cutting a new trail. It means doing the work to describe the history and uncover the remnants of many industrial operations that were located along that river that used water power, and try to recover the artifacts and the history for the benefit of the public. So moving along, there were no open space proposals this year. But as I said, recreation projects also count toward the mandatory minimum spending. And we have several recommendations there. The first is a grant of $50,000 to the Amherst Elementary School District to begin designing improvements at one of the playgrounds at the Crocker Farm Elementary School. Excuse me. Playground is showing its age. It is not ADA compliant. Much of the equipment will need to be replaced or moved perhaps for safety. So this is a starting grant to help them plan exactly what should be done. We also recommend to you a $38,000 grant to the town to improve the irrigation at the Plum Brook fields. These are heavily used fields that have either too much water or too little water. And the current system is no longer useful. The existing well is completely silted in. It no longer generates any water. And the buried sprinkler heads, some of you may have these in your lawns at home, the water lines and the sprinkler, they're not working. They're a safety hazard. They create divots. That's hardware in the way of the players. So the proposal is to sink a new well, a larger and more productive well, and basically abandon the water lines in place, take away the sprinkler heads and fill in the holes, and then use separately funded water cannon to water where it's needed and not where it is not needed. Next, we recommend a grant of $150,000 to develop some trails and maybe some amenities on Hickory Ridge property. I'm so glad to hear that sale is finally concluded. It's a wonderful asset for the town. There are already several miles of trails, but some new ones to connect the apartment complexes to Pomeroy Village Center are needed, and this will help begin that effort. Next, we recommend $50,000 to the town to help with maintenance and improvement, I should say, and repairs to the trail system at large. During the pandemic, the recreational trails have been very heavily used, and they show it, and there is a backlog of work that needs to be done. And finally, pickleball. It is in the news, and pickleball supporters are among us and very much want to have some courts in Amherst, so they don't have to dislodge tennis players and try to use tennis courts for pickleball. So the Recreation Department supports pickleball supporters' proposal or request to build perhaps as many pickleball courts as can be built for $120,000. They propose that they be located at the Mill River recreational area, but in fact, the location will be determined, whatever works best, considering all the town's properties. So, so that grant would not, in fact, be restricted necessarily to Mill River. Those are all the new projects. We also included in the appropriation is some money for administrative expenses for which the town can be reimbursed. And we are also reserving $533,000 that we did not spend, but we have to officially, or you do have to officially reserve it for CPA's use in future years. So that concludes the list of projects that we recommend to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So my clock says 6:47, yes? And we will now hold the meeting open, and I'm looking for public comment. David, whomever you are, please enter the room, state your full name and where you live.
Hello, my name is David Levenstein. I live in District 4, I believe. I had written to Town Council earlier today. I'm sorry, am I coming through clearly? It seems I hear an echo.
You are now. Thank you. We're trying to resolve the other issue.
I wrote to the Town Council today urging prudence in the allocation of funds for the historic preservation projects that are owned by 2 private entities. The proposed or the recommended funding for these projects accounts for more than 16%, as I calculated it, of all proposed CPAC expenditures for the fiscal year. And rather than reading my letter and my suggestion of a much more modest contribution to these projects than such an exorbitant one, I would just like to remind the Town Council that, you know, the $240,000 request is from the Salem Place Condominium Trust, established in 1989. So that's 40 years ago? No, not quite. It comprises at least 62 units in 8 buildings in Amherst, according to its master deed. And as you know, many condominium associations are chronically challenged to assess sufficient funds and to accrue adequate capital reserve funds for long-term planning projects. That this building is listed on the National Historic Register presumably enhances its market value. And that it's a private benefit accruing to the owners and not the public. The Women's Club of Amherst, which has requested $135,000, I believe, is a membership club. It's open for local women, not men, so it's exclusive. You know, it's half the public. As a nonprofit entity that's presumably exempted from the town's tax base, according to its website, the club distributes $5,000 a year in charitable donations for high school scholarships and local charities. And it rents itself out as a wedding and event venue. Due to COVID, it filed that it had suspended operations sometime in 2020. And again, historic preservation is an important value as part of the reason for the CPAC funds. But these are private entities requesting huge outlays. And that for the town to be the safety net for that, while it's challenged with all sorts of clearly public projects, I think it bears much greater scrutiny. And again, my point is that using public funds primarily for the benefit of private entities should meet an extremely high bar before approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, David. I need to say that we are going to limit people to 3 minutes. And while there may be some need for qualifying questions in general, this is just a time for public comment. I'm going to ask Jane Wald to enter the room. Please unmute, state your name and where you live.
Thank you.
My name is Jane Wald. I reside at 454 Old Montague Road in Amherst in District 1. And I'm here as chair of the Amherst Historical Commission to speak in support of CPA funding for historic preservation activities at the Alice Maud Hills House and the Conkey Stevens House, both of which are significant landmark properties on Main Street in one of Amherst's most visible and public historic corridors. Of the 3 eligible categories that CPA committee has recommended this year, the lowest dollar amount has gone for historic preservation. Now, this amount ebbs and flows from year to year depending on what projects have been proposed. And it just so happens that this year there are 2 projects that account for significant requests. Certainly, the eligibility of privately owned properties for historic preservation CPA funding is clearly permitted in the authorizing legislation at state and local levels and is well-established practice across the Commonwealth, including here in Amherst itself. The historic significance, I'd just like to emphasize for a moment. The Conkey Stevens House was built in 1840 and is one of only 7 individual properties in the entire town of Amherst listed on the National Register of Historic Places, which is a rare and important marker of its significance to our local community and to the preservation community. It's also listed on another couple of historic registers, and all of these designations have established its public benefit over and over again and make it a preservation priority, regardless of the form of ownership. The Alice Maud Hills House is a core property in 2 designated historic districts, one a National Register district and the other a local historic district. Built by one of Amherst's industrialists in 1864, it's one of 4 distinctive buildings grouped together on Main Street that represent mid-19th century architectural innovation during a period of tremendous cultural and technological change. And as such, proposed preservation work falls squarely into eligibility standards for CPA funding. Now, there may also be questions about the proposed work at both of these sites. Historic preservation standards are guided by commitment to the, quote, protection of the historic resource from irreversible harm or destruction. And the Historical Commission targets recommended funding to actual preservation activities and did so in these 2 cases. At the Conkey Stevens House, for example, failure to preserve the slate roof and flashing can result in the cascading effects of irreversible harm to or destruction of the roof, the historic dormer windows, and the original building fabric below. And I don't see the timer working, so I don't know how much time I have, but
I think it's not quite working, and so I think we're pretty much done, Jane.
Well,
You have a concluding comment or so that you'd like to make?
If I had the timer going, I could have tailored my comments a little bit more.
Sorry about that.
The last comment I'd like to make is about preservation restrictions. The town of Amherst has actually, in prior preservation restrictions, incorporated language requiring maintenance of the structure according to the Secretary of the Interior's standards, which are well documented and universally used throughout the United States. So that tool is available to the town in these 2 cases as well. So I just urge support for these 2 projects.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for the clock. Is there something we can do with it, Athena? Okay, we're working on that so that doesn't happen again. Sharon Judge, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, I'm Sharon Judge, and I live at 151 Amity Street, unit number 5. I'm just here to support the Amherst Women Club's request for CPA funding. It is a beautiful historic home, and I think, are important part of the community. And our meetings are open to the public. We always publicize who our speakers are. We have speakers every couple of weeks. The Amherst Women's Club was formed years ago to educate women who were at home and unable to go to school or to work. And it has been a viable, important part of the community. Thank you for considering them.
Sharon, thank you for joining us. Catherine Porter, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes, Catherine Porter. I live on Rolling Ridge Road in Amherst, and I'm a member of the Women's Club. And I think everybody who drives by that corner coming into Amherst just before you get to Emily Dickinson appreciates that wide swath of lawn and the beautiful home. The Women's Club is really an historical jewel in Amherst. And we're not, as already been noted, we're not a private home that keeps people excluded. In fact, we're a major venue for many, many public events, starting with retirement parties, faculty retreats, the League of Women Voters, Round the World Women, the Garden Club meets there, memorial services, anniversary parties, celebrations for weddings and babies, and anybody is allowed to come and take a look at it. And of course, we have very minor rates compared to other venues in town. And just one more wonderful aspect of the Women's Club is there are going to be 2 weekends of performances of the Belle of Amherst coming up in May. So we're here for so many reasons. And the house is obviously always going to be in need of repair when it's as old as it is. And I really encourage people to support this beautiful home. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Catherine Lombardi, please state your name and where you live.
Am I unmuted now?
You are.
Oh, good. I'm Catherine Lombardi, and I am the current president of the Amherst Women's Club, and I live at 115 Amherst Road in Pelham. Sorry about that, but we're open to everybody in the valley. Our current organization is 129 years old, and it was founded in the founding document. It says to contribute to the community welfare and to foster education. 100 years ago, we were given the house originally built by Leonard Hills. And for all of that time, we have maintained the outside and the inside of that house. We provide scholarships to graduating seniors from Amherst High School. We give grants to community service agencies, such as Big Brothers Big Sisters, Amherst Senior Center, the Safe Passage, and Amherst Survival Center. Over the years, we have participated in many joint programs with the Dickinson Museum. And this Juneteenth, we will be part of the celebration along with the Amherst Historical Society. Any woman who wishes can join the organization. The club programs are open to all who wish to attend. I urge you to approve the CPA grant for the Amherst Women's Club so that we can continue our work for this community. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Robin Fordham, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. My name is Robin Fordham, and I reside at 15 Taylor Street in Amherst. I'm a member of the Historical Commission. I'm going to just start my timer here. I'm a previous Historical Commission representative to the CPA committee, and I'm also currently pursuing a master's degree in historic preservation at the University of Vermont. I would like to address several concerns that might still exist for town councilors. The understanding of public benefit in regard to historic preservation, the role of the preservation restriction, and the possible inclusion of an affirmative maintenance clause within the preservation restriction. Concerns about the question of public benefit in regard to these and any preservation project which receives CPA funds are understandable. CPA funds related to recreation or open space on town-owned properties have a direct and obvious benefit to the public, whereas preservation projects have public benefits which are less direct but are just as legitimate. A 2000 letter providing CPA guidance states that the preservation of historic assets is generally understood to have legitimate public purposes, and that this public benefit is secured through the preservation restriction to ensure that the grant money is for public rather than private purposes. Jane Wald already went into that, I believe, a little bit with her comment. So that brings us to the concept of public view as a public benefit, which can be challenging for those outside the preservation community to understand the public view of a historic resource as sufficient enough public benefit to fund a preservation project, but it is a critical concept. In my studies, I've tried to explain this concept to others, and the best metaphor I've come up with is to think of this built environment as a living museum. Walking around or driving through Amherst, one is able to view the collections of this museum, and we might experience aesthetic pleasure, curiosity, or intellectual connections as we take in the historic fabric of our town. The Conkey Stevens House and the Hills House are both prime examples of this kind of specimen in our collection. It's not easy to disentangle the benefits of private owners from the benefit of the general public. But at the same time, historic buildings present unique challenges to their owners, and often historically sensitive repairs exceed the costs of those for more contemporary structures. It's for this reason that CPA funding is such an important resource for private owners. The remaining concerns about this project can be addressed through the provisions of a required preservation restriction, and they can be tailored to include an affirmative maintenance plan. And council should be assured that the town has the capacity to decide and impose provisions as needed, and can and should engage legal counsel and preservation consultants to guide them in this regard. I strongly encourage the members of this committee to support these applications with the understanding that the community of Amherst will benefit in multiple ways from the preservation of these historic resources. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Barbara Bills.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here today to speak in support of the pickleball courts. I live at 24 Pomeroy Court in Amherst, and I'm the former recreation director for the town. I was approached by Joyce Hatch and Barbara Brown, also residents of Amherst, probably about a year and a half ago, and they came to me and then approached our Recreation Commission at least, I think once or twice, to discuss pickleball courts and the viability of constructing those at Mill River Recreation Area. Joyce isn't able to be here today, so I'm speaking on her behalf. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in the nation right now. 5 years ago, for example, there were 500,000 active players. Today, there's 2.5 million active players. While the sport is mainly played by adults, it's gaining popularity also with young people. In fact, Amherst Regional High School is going to include pickleball as part of their curriculum this year, which is just kind of tells you where the sport is going. Currently, Amherst residents need to travel to other towns to play pickleball, but unfortunately, the popularity of the sport is outpacing the availability of courts. So there's a high demand right now, and I see this going forward in the future in terms of pickleball court availability. So we felt that Mill River would provide an ideal location for the courts, but of course are open to other possible venues if necessary. So I just would like to say, I would hope that you would support this project. I think it's an important one. It serves seniors particularly, and we don't have a lot of options right now in terms of recreation that is very affordable for our senior population. So I hope that you will support this project. And I want to thank Barbara Brown and particularly Joyce Hatch for spearheading this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Liliana, thank you. Liliana Corrigan Casaz. And I'm so sorry about mispronouncing your name. Please correct me when you introduce yourself and tell us where you live.
Good evening. My name is Liliana Korgic Karas. I reside at 85 Lassie Street, and as the vice president of Amherst Women Club, I would just add that I'm supporting or hoping that those who are going to vote will support our project, because we are a club that for 100 years succeeded to maintain this house and keep it in original condition. And at the moment when we are experiencing financial difficulties, this will be great support for our further life as a club and activities that we do. Thank you for giving me opportunity to talk.
Liliana, thank you for joining us. Emily Belt, please enter the room, state your name and where you live. Athena, are we able to bring Emily in?
She's here. I've asked her to unmute.
Okay. Emily, you need to unmute. There we go.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Emily Belt at 116 Alpine Drive. I would like to ask for the support of the CPA for the Women's Club. It needs paint, it needs roofing, and these are very big projects for the women to maintain in the future. So please consider it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for joining us, Emily. Alexis Reed, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so my name is Alexis Reed and I live on West Street. And I just wanted, because I am not hearing this, and I know that I'm not in every single conversation, but what's really important when we're talking about these historic buildings, and the things that are very important to us is who has access to these things, right? So let's just talk about town hall, right? And I know that it was conversation about preserving the stairs. What about people who can't enter town hall via stairs? How important are these? And I'm speaking about this generally, right? Because we're talking about how important some granite, stones are. Is if I can't access town hall with a wheelchair, what is being told to me directly if I'm a wheelchair user is it's more important that these stones are preserved and taken care of rather than your ability to be able to access what's inside of that building. And I know that this is an issue across, the historic buildings across our town in Northampton and et cetera. And so I wanted to make sure that as we're thinking about these things, that access is at the very forefront of, these preservation acts. And I hope that you can consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anne Jean Lardner.
Hello?
Yes.
Anne Jean Lardner, 175 Amity Street in Amherst, of course. I also am support of the Amherst Women's Club. I am a member. One thing is we're not an exclusive club. We are happy to have women join the club, and it is open to the public. And as some other people have said, All the meetings are open to the public. We have very interesting educational meetings that are of interest to many people. And we would like women to join, but especially we would like your support of the club. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm seeing no other hands for public comment at this time, and it's actually 7:11, and I'm therefore going to close public comment. And Andy, would you please adjourn the Finance Committee?
I guess before I adjourn the Finance Committee, I do have to ask the Finance Committee whether they whether there's anybody who's making a motion. Just for everybody who's listening, the Finance Committee has recommended all of the projects except 2 historic preservation projects, which we have taken no position on: the Conkey-Stevens proposal and the Women's Club proposal, which you've heard about through the public forum discussion and is reported in the Finance Committee report that is the same date as today's meeting. The question is whether any member of the Finance Committee wants to make a motion, and I could suggest only 2 motions. One is to change
Andy,
yeah.
we're not doing motions during this meeting. We'll do
Okay.
motions in the next meeting.
All right, then let me rephrase it. Thank you for the correction. We can take motions from the finance, so I have to ask the Finance Committee to continue to stay with the meeting, and Lynn will tell us when we're coming back to this agenda item. So I think that we're not adjourning because the Finance Committee is, Lynn, because the Finance Committee is staying with the meeting until we handle the item.
All we're doing right now is adjourning this meeting, and
Adjourning
the
the
Finance Committee and the council will continue to stay on this. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, thank you. The Finance Committee is not adjourning. They're continuing on to the next meeting, okay? So we're adjourning this special meeting as a town council, and we will take about a 5-minute break. We will reconvene at 7:20. Whoa, 7:20. That's a nice break, gang. Please come back as fast as possible, okay? All right. For those of you in the audience, we are continuing on to our final of 3 meetings, and we will begin that at 7:20. please start reassembling. Turn your video on when you're ready. Zena, do you want to take the notice down so I can see the full council? Okay, please turn your videos on as you get back. But about another minute before we reconvene. Please turn your video on as you return. Please turn your video on so that I know that you've returned. Okay, good evening. Whoops. Oh, we're correcting sound. Okay. Good evening. Again, it is March 21st, and this time we are calling the regular meeting of the town council to order. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the meeting to order at 7:21. And the Finance Committee still remains as being called to order and are joint with us for a brief part of this meeting. Again, there's no chat room. Please let us know if you have technical difficulties. And I just want to make sure everybody on the council can hear and be heard. And I'll start with Shalini Balmilne. I'll come back. Pat DeAngelis. Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer's present. And Mandy Johanicky.
Present.
Anika Lopes.
Present.
Michelle Miller.
Present.
I'm sorry, Dorothy Pam.
Here.
Pam Rooney.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
Here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Present.
And Shalini.
Present.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a moment, and we're actually going to take a moment to thank somebody very special. Mary Decker, who you'll know by sight.
So you may wonder, Mary Decker is the person who, after we're here until 11 and 12 at night, has to clean up the room and then turn off the lights. Mary is retiring after 33 years with the town of Amherst. And Mary, we understand you like gardening. So this comes from one of our local gardens, and we hope you'll enjoy it. Best of luck. Thanks. I know, I want to go.
Okay. Can I just add one thing to that?
Yes, please.
So if anybody who has ever come to town hall, you'll see the flowers in front of the building or on the side of the Main Street building. That's all Mary, all of her own instigation. Beyond making sure the walks are clean and the building is clean, the people in town hall really appreciate Mary because she has helped protect us to be able to work here during COVID. She was here all through COVID because we needed her here. Because if you remember early days COVID, we were washing everything, groceries and everything. Mary was taking care of that for all the doorknobs, everything in our building as well. So all throughout COVID, she was dedicated. She also worked at the Munson Library. And if you look at the gardening down there, she's really remarkable. She has a green thumb. And every person in town hall is really sad to see her go. We'll have our own party to say farewell to her as well. But it's 33 years working for the town, working at the Bank Center, working here, working at Munson, you name it, she's been there. And so we have a ton of appreciation for Mary and the work that she's brought to the town. She loves this building. You can tell, especially on the outside, how much pride she takes, because people come and they stop and they look at the flowers and they appreciate it. And it's visitors from all over the world who come and appreciate her work. We're not gonna be able to replicate that easily. So thank you, Mary.
Thank you so much, Mary. You're invited to come back and help us with our gardens anytime. Thank you. Right. That's a goal for tonight, gang. Get out earlier, okay? We're going to put the announcements up on the screen. And while we do that, I just want to mention that we really would like to encourage people to fill out 2 different surveys that are out there right now. One is the Jones Library, and the other one is regarding the age and dementia-friendly Amherst, both of which are important projects for our towns. Okay. We have no hearings tonight. And then I just want to mention, we are turning the agenda around a little bit. We will get to public comment, but first we're going to do the consent agenda, because in order to move on to item 8A, which is the CPA vote, we need to do the consent agenda first. Okay, so the consent agenda is very long. So listen carefully. And just remember, for everything you remove, we have to take a separate vote, okay? So these items were chosen because they were thought to be not controversial. To remove an item, please let me know after I read through them. And it does not require a second. So the motion is to move the following items and printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. The first is only suspending 8.4. That only allows us to vote tonight. It does not approve the item, okay? The first of those is 8A, approval of FY 23-07 in order appropriating the FY 2023 Community Preservation Act budget. The second under 8.4 is 8.B.1 Amherst Farmers Market Public Way request. The next under that category is 8.B.2 Mobile Market Public Way request, and 8G intergovernmental agreements. Again, that's only to approve them.
allowing us to approve them tonight. It does not approve them. Now we move into the actual approvals. 6A is adoption of the 2022 Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month proclamation. 6B, adoption of proclamation of congratulations to the UMass women's basketball team. 6C, adoption of resolution supporting the people of Ukraine and their democratically elected government and condemning Russia's war against them. 8B1, approval of Amherst Farmers Market Public Way request. That's the actual approval of it. 8B2, approval of mobile market public way request. 8G is long. It includes the authorization of the town manager to enter into a following intergovernmental agreements for FY23. They are the sealer of weights and measures with the city of Northampton, municipal hearing officer with the city of Northampton, veteran services with the cities of Northampton, and the town of Amherst and the towns of Chesterfield, Cummington, Goshen, Hadley, Middlefield, Pelham, Williamsburg, and Worthington. Pioneer Valley Bike Share, provision of ambulance services to the towns of Leverett, Pelham, and Shutesbury. Agreement for dog kennel services with the city of Northampton. DART, capital D-A-R-T, case management memorandum of understanding, provision of transit services by the University of Massachusetts, provision of labor and support services to the town of Deerfield Waste and Water Treatment Plant, transit services with Five College Consortium, paramedic interception services with the city of Northampton, paramedic interception services with the town of Hadley, paramedic interception services with Turner's Falls Fire Department, agreement for fire and emergency medical services, mutual aid with multiple communities. 9A 1 to 3 is approval of the following town manager appointments: Affordable Housing Trust, Council on Aging, Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. And 11A to B is approval of the following town council meeting minutes: February 28, 2022, special town council meeting minutes, February 28, 2022, regular town council meeting minutes. Are there any people who would like anything removed? Mandy Jo.
I don't want something removed. I just realized though, as that list was going through, have we done for the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee a motion to approve SME status? And if we haven't, or can that be checked during this meeting? So when we get to that point, if we haven't done that, that we can add that motion to this meeting.
Excellent, thank you. Pat DeAngelis. We're not voting on it. This allows us to vote on it tonight. It does not, that's all it does, okay? All right. Seeing that we're not removing anything, we are doing something about SME status later. I'm going to ask for a second.
Second, Haneke.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? You just saved yourselves at least an hour. I'm going to start with Pat DeAngelis. Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you. So in our agenda, we are now then going to move to, again, I'm assuring you, we are going to come back to public comment, but we're going to go to action items 8A. And the first one is, and that item is the FY23-07 Community Preservation Act project allocation. And so, Andy, I'm not going to ask for a motion and vote at this point, but would you just provide us with an update on the Finance Committee report?
Yes, I'll be really brief because the Finance Committee report is included in the packet, and I'm going to therefore try not to go through the packet as a whole, as in a way for the public as much as anybody. But the Finance Committee has had several meetings in which it met with the Community Preservation Act Committee and considered the recommendations. In a first vote, we voted as a committee to recommend all of the proposals except for two. And those two are the historic preservation proposals for the renovations on the Conkey Stevens House and the Amherst Women's Club. We then came back at a second meeting and had a very extensive discussion on March 1st, and that was reported in the Finance Committee report for March 21st. During that meeting, a motion was made after that lengthy discussion to recommend those two proposals as long as there was an historic preservation restriction negotiated between town staff and the two applicants. That motion did not pass, and at that point, the committee, with discussion but without further motion, decided that it would take no action on the two proposals and just report the discussion, which is what is in the report that was submitted on Friday. So when we get to the discussion, if there are questions about it, either I or another member of the Finance Committee will certainly be glad to respond to it. And so I think that's what you were looking for, Lynn?
Okay. So let me just mention that the motion, the way it is written, includes the approval of all of the projects as recommended by the CPAC, okay? It includes those two that the Finance Committee did not vote either way. They remain an open question, okay? Our options as a council tonight are to approve the entire list, to remove one or two, I'm sorry, Athena?
I think you were going to give Finance Committee an opportunity to reconsider.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will do that, okay? To remove one or two, and we can either talk about them and vote, or we can refer those back to the Finance Committee for further recommendation, okay? With that, Andy, we're going to ask you to go back to the Finance Committee and see if any of them have any further comments or feel differently regarding their recommendation.
Well, I think that at this point, I would suggest saving any comments, if it's just comments, until we actually get into the meeting and you're managing the discussion. What I would be asking the Finance Committee right now is if there's a member of the Finance Committee who's a councilor member and they would like to make one of two suggestions that I can think of. One is to change a recommendation that was made or make a different recommendation regarding either of those two proposals. And if it's a resident member of the committee, they can say that they would like to see such a motion, but they can't actually make the motion because the charter does not provide resident members or voting members. So that's one possibility. The other possibility is if there's a suggestion made by the same process to recommend to the council that it refer an item back to the committee for further discussion, which we would take up then at next week's meeting. That would be the second thing. So I think at this point, what I need to do is just ask members of the Finance Committee to raise their hand if they would like to say anything. And Kathy, your hand is up, so I just need to know if it's up to a member of the Finance Committee or the Council.
Well, I'm a little confused on whether I'm supposed to raise my hand now as Finance Committee or later as council member, but I will speak to the question you raised, Andy. I am comfortable with the report that you did up. The motion to put those two projects back in with a historical preservation was defeated, and I think that was the right decision. And just so people know, we had a discussion about the historic preservation restriction on a deed, and it can and should be put on, but it doesn't really address the other issues that were raised. And I would like to speak to them, Lynn, I think in a minute, rather than as a member of the Finance Committee, but as a counselor, because one of the issues that we had is a historical restriction means that if the building is ever sold, there is an obligation to keep up the exterior that was just repaired, or the current owners, there's an obligation. But as one member of the committee said, so the same house, and in this case, we were talking about the Conke Stephen house specifically, could come back for repairs later. So the larger issue of whether we think, particularly in the case of a house that is not publicly accessible, does not provide a public service, is asking for a fairly high amount of money for a very valuable property based on the property card, whether this is good use of taxpayer money, given the queue of what we have coming. We didn't doubt that they're eligible. The question was whether it was a good use of the money. And I'll speak to that a little bit more. But I'm comfortable with the way we wrote the report, and I don't want to reopen that issue.
Do you want to, Andy, do you want to stick with any other counselor comments from counselor or non-voting members of the Finance Committee? Are there any other comments?
Well, if there are other comments, they can make them. If nobody wants from the committee wants to make a motion to change the recommendations, then I think I should just turn it back to you, and you should just treat it now as a council meeting.
Okay. Mandy Jo.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah.
I move to divide out the line items Salem Place HOA - Conky Stevens House, reduced to 240,000 from 352, 637,000, and line item AWC - AM Hills House exterior painting and repair from the potential motion to be considered separately.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Okay, so let's stick with the, no, then we have to vote on that motion. So the motion is to remove those two items, the Salem Place HOA.
I might have made it too early since the other motion's not on the table yet.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I just
That's
realized
okay.
that.
You want to divide the discussion?
I want to divide the discussion so that so I'll put the first motion on the table, then we'll consider that motion made, maybe.
Okay,
How about that?
that sounds like a good idea. So we're going to put the full motion on the table.
Yeah, let me find it. Here we go. I move in accordance with Charter Section 5.6, having been published on the Town Bulletin Board for a minimum of 10 days on March 10, 2022, a public forum held on March 21, 22, and having been reviewed by the Finance Committee report of February 28 and March 7, 2022, to adopt Council Order FY 23-07 and order appropriating the FY 2023 Community Preservation Act budget as shown on pages 10 to 11 of the motion sheet.
Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Okay. And now we're going back to the motion that Mandy Jo did make. And that was to remove, for the purpose of discussion, those two items.
So it's to divide those two items out,
Out.
meaning there would be a vote on all the items on that motion, in that motion, except those two items, and then there'd be a discussion and vote on those two items.
Paul, I need to ask a technical question. Because I know if we move those out, we have not met the required percentage for historic. And so the financial order would therefore not be correct, because I believe it's a $43,000 difference about what needs to go into that line item. So shall we just vote the projects and not vote the financial order? Athena, you have your hand up too.
Sonia actually prepared a financial order without those two because Finance Committee didn't recommend them. So I have an order prepared minus those two projects.
Okay, and then if we come back and we want to vote on the other two tonight, did she prepare that financial order also?
Not those two individually, but Sonia's here and I think she's ready to answer that question.
Okay. I'm sorry?
I haven't prepared that one yet, but I'm willing to do that right now.
Okay. All right. Then why don't we show on the screen the motion that takes the two projects out? Because essentially that is what you were wanting to do. Okay.
Yes, you do need to vote on the division first. But
Okay.
this
All right.
is
We're
the- this is
voting
the order.
on the dividing out the Conkley Stevens house and the AM Hills house exterior painting repair. The one is 240,000, the other one is 135,000. Okay, that motion's been made and seconded. All we're doing is voting to divide that out, okay? So with that in mind, is there any question on that motion? Kathy?
My question was what you started to raise when we discussed doing something like this with Sonia. She said if we didn't meet the 10% threshold, we had to explicitly reserve it. You know, we weren't in violation. So my question is, do we have to put that language in here if we don't meet the threshold, or can we vote on this as I'm looking at it right now?
Sonia, have you
Yeah,
written?
if we don't meet the threshold, then the CPA committee would have to reconvene to recommend that reserve.
All right. So at this point, we wouldn't have anything to vote on because we don't have a recommendation. So the motion is to approve the financial order as it appears on the screen.
The motion is to divide the
That
two.
the motion is to divide, but that, in other words, Kathy, we're not going to try to accommodate that in this.
I understand. So are we going to divide it? So we're just voting on, would we divide it? So we're looking at it here and then a separate discussion on the other two. I do understand that.
Okay, we're voting on the motion to divide. Okay. Any question? Anna?
Sure. So I understand that we're voting on the motion to divide, but it has implications for the larger vote that we divided out, because that means the larger vote needs to go back fully to CPA to vote on the reserves. So just to be very clear about the implications there.
Right. Thank you. Dorothy?
I'm getting very confused about the word private ownership. The Emily Dickinson House is privately owned. The Historical Society is privately owned. The Amherst Women's Club, whatever income it gets from its activities, has just gone into the upkeep of the house. It doesn't go into anyone's pockets. Nobody makes a profit off it. It's been a loss, a complete source of work for women and men for many, many years. So I don't even understand how this could be happening. So I'm in shock.
Mary Jo?
Yeah, the question about the reserves. So we've allowed to vote CPA projects at various different times, and we've done that in the past. So does that actually have implications for being able to vote the rest of the projects if we divide these out tonight? Or because the fiscal year hasn't started yet, you know, we've voted projects. We did one, Kendrick, outside of the budget that didn't meet a 10% funding or whatever during that project vote. And so I guess I'm having trouble understanding why, if there's still money left and all, and I know we haven't met that this time, there's votes we've taken in the past that haven't met those strict guidelines. So can't we do these votes separately, and by the time all of the money is set forth, meet those guidelines?
Sonia?
I'm sorry, my video stopped working, so I have to keep it off here.
The question is, if we just vote on this without the two houses in it, and then we come back and we vote some amount for one or both of the other those houses, and we finally get to the threshold, it's an annual threshold, am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Yes, okay. We can vote the reserve. We can vote the reserve at a different meeting, correct, Sonia?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. All right. Jennifer.
Can we separate the two historic preservation allocations and approve one tonight and discuss another at a later time?
We can do that. The motion is to divide those two out from the main. I think the goal that we're trying to do is, except for those two, it's a straightforward recommendation. And if we can approve them tonight, those people and those organizations know that it's going to go forward with the budget.
I guess part of my thought is do we want to take out those two, or is there really one we have more concern about than the other?
You can vote whichever way you want, okay? If you want to take out two so that there's a separate discussion, fine. If you want to take out only one, then you want to vote against this, okay? Kathy.
I was going to I'm fine with separating them out, but coming back and talking about them separately, because if we put one back in, we meet the threshold, that this threshold issue is not an issue anymore.
That's
so
correct.
Just, so if we weren't taking both out, then there isn't a threshold issue. So we can come back after we do this and talk about them separately. It would be great.
Separating them out for the purpose of the discussion does not mean we won't discuss them tonight. It just means that we're going to look at whether we can just vote on what was recommended and then come back to the other two. Okay, Pat, you have your hand up. You took it down. All right, other questions on the clarification of separating out? Okay, then I'm sorry, Michelle?
I just want to make sure I understand. So separating them out doesn't mean separating the two from each other. It just means separating the two out of the whole.
Out of this larger set.
Okay.
Right. Dorothy?
When you say the recommendation, are we talking about the CPA recommendation or the Finance Committee's?
We're talking about the Finance Committee recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Are there any further questions? The question on the floor is approving separating out the my forms, excuse me, the Salem Place HOA Conklin Stevens House and the AWC AM Hills House exterior painting and repair. Okay, so we're going to bring that to the vote, and I'm going to start with Anna Devlin Gothier.
No.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes. Anika?
I'm sorry, abstain.
Abstain, okay. Michelle?
No.
Dorothy Pam?
No.
Pam Rooney?
Aye.
Kathy Shane?
Aye.
Andy Steinberg?
Aye.
Jennifer Taub?
Abstain.
Alicia Walker?
Aye.
Shalini Baumilne?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis? Okay, it passes. So we are now going to go back to the original but the original now no longer includes those two. Okay, so it's the original motion as amended. And that is the motion that you see up on the screen, which is visible both to the council and to the audience on Amherst Media and to the audience on Zoom. Okay? Are there further discussion about any of these projects? Seeing none, I'm going to then go to a vote to approve this financial order that includes those projects that are up there. I'm gonna-
Shane seconds.
Okay, thank you. I think it was actually, it was already seconded. Thank you. So Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Joe?
Aye.
Anika Lopes?
Aye.
Shell Miller?
Yes.
Dorothy Pam?
Yes.
Pam Rooney?
Yes.
Kathy Shane?
Yes.
Andy Steinberg?
Aye.
Jennifer Taub?
Yes.
Alicia Walker?
Yes.
Shalini Bowman?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis? Anna Devlin Gothier?
Yes.
Okay, it is unanimous. Now we are going to open the discussion on the other two projects, okay? And given wherever that discussion goes, we will see whether or not we have another motion, okay? All right, who would like to talk? Pat?
Question? Clarifying before I could. I'm trying to understand if there's a difference. Just a sec. Or this, the deed restriction, and is there currently deed restrictions or those would be added? Because there is a historical preservation easement, which seems to benefit owners a great deal. And since both houses are on the historical register, National Historical Register, what responsibility does a purchaser have when they buy a building on the register? That's just implicit in the deed without any easements or restrictions.
Paul, is there someone available, you or someone else? Okay, Ben.
Excuse me. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Ben Bragg, I'm a planner with the town, and I'm the staff liaison to the Historical Commission. And I apologize, I missed the beginning of Pat's statement, but I think the question was about the National Register District and what kind of obligations come with that. And just to say that being in a National Register district or being individually listed on the National Register has no obligation to maintain or it doesn't really have a regulatory authority. It's purely an honorary designation. However, there are two local historic districts in Amherst, one being the Lincoln Sunset District and the other being the Dickinson District. The Hills House is located in the Dickinson Local Historic District, and that has a regulatory authority whereby any exterior alterations made to a building in those districts requires review from the local historic district commission.
Pat, please use your mic. Please use your mic.
I still, is there, Ben, and thank you for a difference between a historic preservation easement and the restriction that the Finance Committee is talking about?
Ben, did you hear that?
Yes. I guess my understanding is they would be the same thing, I think is what they're referring to. Yeah, so a historic preservation restriction would come along with the CPA funds.
Thank you.
Okay. Pam Rooney.
Thanks. I had actually a question about the Hills House and wondered why the garage was ineligible. It said painting of the garage is ineligible. And I thought that many of the outbuildings around town that were equally historic to the primary homes were also considered historic and should also be cared for. So that's just a quick question. My comment on this particular building is that, to me, it is very eligible for this kind of funding because it serves a broad spectrum of people in town. It has served as a home base for many, many performances and celebrations, as was noted by some of the speakers tonight. And I think it is not an exclusionary club, maybe to women instead of to women and men, but that it has had open arms and serves many, many people in the community. So I would strongly support funding for the Hills House, the work that they want to do, but I'm very curious why they didn't throw in the garage as well, and I would support that as equally as well. Thank you.
I just want to note that Sarah Marshall is still with us. Sean Mangano is with us. Sonia Aldrich, who has been our CPA person, and Ben Brieger is with us as well. So would one of you like to take the question as to why the garage was not included?
I can do
Sarah?
that. I can do that. It's not because the carriage house is not historic. It's because the only work to be done on it, according to the proposal, is painting. And without some repairs, necessary repairs or other work that require the painting, that is not eligible.
Thank you.
The carriage house, if I can add, did receive a CPA grant some years ago. I don't know what for, but it has received funds in the past.
Can I chime in on that? They did apply for one, but I believe they, once they realized there was going to be a restriction, they turned it down. So we never actually paid out for that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Sonia. Mandy Jo, I believe you're next.
So I do have different views on the Hills House versus the Conkey Stevens House because of their profit versus nonprofit status. But I also have questions. I appreciate using a view shed or a public viewing of being able to see the building as being a public benefit. I just don't see a lot of public benefit from that, but I understand where that argument can be made. For the Conkey Stevens House, there's proposed porch work. There's a big, large lawn in front of the Hills House. Is there more than a historic preservation restriction we could demand or ask for if we grant these monies? I'm thinking, when we did the stained glass window, we got concessions for access to in the building, but we also got concessions about lighting from inside so you could see the stained glass window from outside without even having to go in for the enjoyment of the public. So I'm thinking things like affirmative signs that say the public can picnic on the lawns, affirmative signs that say, at the Conkey Stevens House, you could go on the porch and be welcome there. I've canvassed in the Salem Place area and felt very unwelcome and kept wondering whether I'd get kicked off that entire area because of how private it is. And so I'm concerned about granting funds where people don't even feel like they can walk on the lawn to even enjoy viewing these properties. So are there ways we can sort of affirmatively post or require posting of signs that say public welcome to enjoy the property, to enjoy the view shed through being on the land and stuff like that? That would ease some of my concerns, particularly with the Hills House and maybe a little bit with the Conkey Stevens House, although I have more concerns with that one.
Kathy?
I hadn't realized that Mandy was going to make her motion. I was going to make a motion to remove the Conkey Stevens House. I am totally supportive of the Women's Club for all the reasons the people talked about it. I see it as serving the public, as being open to the public, as being a public benefit, even in the scholarships and other work that it's done throughout time. This is public mission oriented, and we've given some money to the JCA, we've given some money to other private entities, to museums that are open to the public. I think those are good uses of public dollars. When it comes to a private home owned by a private condominium association, and I went to the property cards and added it up, it's lots of small offices and one two-bedroom unit. I think it was a two-bedroom unit, but the assessed value is nearly $1 million. We would be enhancing the value of this property. We don't have public access to it. And I think it's not a good precedent, even if it's eligible, because we can, with our CPA money, we've got the flexibility of reserving and waiting in the pipelines. We've got affordable housing coming. We have got potentially community fields coming, and trying to think in a way we do about capital for the town side of multi-year, what's in the pipeline, and not just looking at what came up this year. So I was going to make a motion to remove just that one project. I'm totally comfortable with the Women's Club. And I don't know with removing Conky Stevens, whether there's some that might want to reduce the award. It's $240,000, which is the whole value of some people's homes. Not many left in Amherst that are valued at that, but this is not a small amount of money. So I was going to speak just to that one. And so as we go through these two, I would be comfortable putting the Hill, separating the vote on each and voting on them separately. And if people want to refer it back to finance, Mandy, we were having discussions on what kinds of restrictions could be put on. Both the historic preservation, it doesn't go on right away, but we could talk about conditions. Does that make it more palatable? Those don't necessarily come on right away. I don't know whether they could secure a bank loan against the value of the property to finance some of these costs. And I am worried that if they can't keep up with the repair inside and outside, they'll be back again. So if it's an issue of the condo association itself can't afford this long-term, and so I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer money. So I was going to speak, even if it's eligible. So I wanted to separate those two.
Thank you. Jennifer?
I guess I want to echo what's been said about the Amherst Women's Club. I think that's a gem of Amherst for the service that it provides, and I think for what it contributes to the historic, character of Amherst. And when you enter Amherst on the main, one of the main streets coming from the east, and you see the Hills House, the other Hills Mansion next door, the Emily Dickinson House, the Austin Dickinson House, I just think that's a town treasure. And people come from all over the world to see, those structures. So I wholly support CPA funds being appropriated for the Amherst Women's Club maintenance of that building. I'm torn, frankly, about the Conkley Stevens house. I think that it's important to preserve, real, gems in Amherst. It's a lot of money, and I would be interested in a conversation maybe about supporting at a different level. And I would certainly hope that the homeowners association would be, I don't know if the 240,000 is the full amount of what the restoration work that they're doing, but I'd be interested to know if the homeowners association is also contributing to the work that needs to be done.
Are there any comments from any of the staff or from Sarah on either of that? Sarah, go ahead.
Hi, regarding Jennifer's question about the Conky Stevens house, the homeowners association, excuse me, there are additional repairs that they want to do. Not everything they requested was eligible or deemed a high priority by the historical commission, but they are doing other work. They also said in their presentation that they have already done quite a bit of work. But the need is so great, they are just stretched, and they've had special levies, dues collected to do a lot of this deferred maintenance. We don't check financials. We don't ask for those. We don't have the capacity to validate them, but that is what they told us.
Thank you. Dorothy?
Well, first, I used to live in an old house, and we spent what we could and did what we could to upkeep it. But actually, to preserve the house, we had to sell it. And we sold it to somebody who was a millionaire. And they put in over $1 million. They did the things that we couldn't do, restoring all the systems and painting. And, we did like a $20,000 chimney job. But living in an old house is a very challenging experience. And sometimes it's more than somebody can take care of. But I'm going to restrict my remarks to the Amherst Women's Club. And just to remind you that what Jennifer was saying, the 4 houses together, the 2 Hill houses, the 2 Dickinson houses, part of the Dickinson Historic District. The Amherst Women's Club has worked with and continues to work with the Emily Dickinson Society, and has a new recent plan for Juneteenth with the Historical Society. It's part of what the bid likes to say, Destination Amherst. People come from all over the world to the Dickinson House, and they come to see our town. So I hope that you will support it. Men don't become members, but they're invited to all meetings. Even our town manager, Paul Bockelman, has been a speaker, and they're certainly invited to the dinners, potluck dinners that we do, and to wine tasting. So it's not really exclusionary in that way. And they're certainly always welcome to come and help us in our projects. The husbands and other men are always pulled in. So I just hope that you realize that the Amherst Women's Club is not a profit-making business. It has a great treasure, a source of joy and pleasure for many, many people who have been devoting themselves to supporting it through activities such as the flower show that we had this past Saturday, with the funds to go for our charitable contributions. So please support the Amherst Women's Club. Thank you.
Shalini?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one was, okay, I'm totally blanking out, but wait, it'll come back. One, I definitely support the women's club building. The other one was, oh my God. Okay.
Conkley Stevens?
Yes, that one. Is there a way to separate out the cost of maintenance because of its historic nature? And I wanted to hear if the town staff has any information that they can provide us. Like, I know as a town, we're committed to preserving our historic buildings, and what I'm hearing is it is more expensive to preserve them as private homeowners. So is there a way to separate out how much it would be because of its historic nature? And secondly, I understand that this is a competitive process. And so were there other projects that were offered? And that's a question for the CPAC committee, I guess.
I believe Sarah Marshall has already pointed out that the original proposal for Conkley Stevens was for $352,637. Of that, only $240,000 was eligible under the regulations required for CPA. So they've already sorted out what is historic. CPA will not pay for anything that is not historic. Okay? So there, we know what that figure is. But Sarah, you might want to answer the other question, whether there were any other projects that you did not act on.
One request from the town in the historic preservation category was deemed ineligible. It was for a modest amount, not like the Women's Club or Conkley Stevens House, but so that was rejected. I believe the women's club's request was also higher than is we are recommending for award. There's some back and forth about just what all the separate estimates added up to. But I don't think any other historic preservation projects, other than that one that was ineligible, were rejected. Let's see. Am I wrong? Maybe Sonia can tell me. There was another proposal. Maybe it was, I don't know if it was under recreation or historic preservation, but it involved, it was also deemed ineligible.
All right.
So that happens. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a portion of it was ineligible, but the rest of it got funded. It was for the Plum Brook irrigation system.
Well, I was thinking of the North Amherst Community Farm. They wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
But I would say, I think Shalini also inquired about the cost of historic repairs, kind of generally. I don't have any specific numbers, but if you, if your slate roof is leaking, you know, if it weren't historic building, you could just replace it with asphalt shingle. And it's enormously more expensive to roof with slate and to repair. And that, I think that just generally holds for all this detailed carpentry work or iron work, or, you know, that's what makes the home special. So if you need to repair it, it's going to be custom work, all of it.
In the interest of our own time, I would just want to mention, we do have prepared both motions and financial orders to do each of these separately. And at some point, I would be more than willing to put forward the motion regarding the Hills House. Could I see it up there? Because I don't have it.
Before you do, can I?
Sure.
I
Mandy,
had two
go,
comments, but I
please.
can save my one comment till after that motion. But the other one is more of a point of, it's not technically order or information.
Okay.
Dorothy's language very much concerned me that there might be potential ethical violations if there are votes and not disclosures. If there are any members of the Amherst Women's Club of this body, there might be some need for recusals because of the money involved instead of just non-recusals. And I thought I'd point that out before there might be any, and I don't know whether that's the case, but that she was using words like us. And I don't know whether Dorothy's a member or not, but using words like that got me really scared, given that this is dealing with money and potential membership of private organizations.
All right, is there, Michelle?
Yeah, I'd like to say that in my experience as a licensed real estate broker in Massachusetts and having worked with historic properties, it is extremely expensive to maintain these properties. And from my perspective, I really appreciate people who are willing to purchase historic properties in our community. And I wonder, you know, if there weren't people who were willing to preserve them, what would happen with those properties? And also from my perspective, by funding these projects, we get something in return, something that's really valuable. This historic preservation restriction is extremely valuable, and we can't get it without funding the properties. So I truly believe that preserving these properties does serve a public benefit. And one caveat, or maybe not a caveat, but something that I brought up in the Finance Committee is I would like to see, particularly with the Conkey House, but also with the Women's Club or any privately owned historic property, I would like to see there be, like in the case of this one that's a condo, you can have a reserve account, and reserve accounts can be set up for various different things. And I don't know what authority we have to ask for that. But if there was a possibility of setting up a reserve account that required the condo owners to set aside a certain amount of money each month to go into that reserve, then we're sort of matching each other in a sense, and taking care of any possibility in the future that they will be back, because they likely will. And given that it is allowed and it has been recommended by the CPA committee, I fully support both the funding of both of these.
Chris, you had your hand up. I'm going to just give you an opportunity.
Thanks. I just have a few points to make for your consideration. I view the Conkey House as part of our economic development. I think it's really important. It's a building that people see as they drive into town on Main Street. It's potentially a place that people would actually want to come to Amherst to visit. It's one of 7 National Register buildings in town, which isn't very many. So one of 7, I think, really deserves our respect and extra consideration. I also am concerned about, if left to their own devices and to their own finances, the Property Owners Association is at liberty to replace materials with something that's less historic. So if they have a slate roof, they're at liberty to replace it with asphalt. Or if they can't afford to maintain the porch, they're at liberty to take the porch off. So if they really get strapped for funds, they can do things to the building that make it less historic and less valuable to the people of Amherst, to the public in general. And I also want to make one more point, which is that in the past few years, there have been comments and concerns expressed that all of the CPAC money for historic preservation is spent on municipal projects or public projects, and not made available to private property owners. So there was an effort recently to reach out to private property owners who were struggling to maintain their property and to say to them, well, there are CPAC funds available that you can apply for. So if this project is voted down, in my opinion, there would be a chilling effect against reaching out to private property owners and having them see that there is potentially money to help them restore their properties and maintain their property. So I just wanted to offer those thoughts, and thank you.
Anna.
I just deleted about half of the little thing that I typed out because Chris said very eloquently what I wanted to say, which is I had previously served on CPA, and there were an overwhelming amount, not all of them are good things, but an overwhelming amount of projects from the town, and CPA is not just there for town projects coming from town hall, town staff, right? It's intended for the community at large, and it was really exciting to see so many projects coming in this past year, and see that grow. We have expectations for historic districts, right? Limiting our support limits who is able to own these properties. It means that Michelle touched on this as well. It means that we are limiting it to folks who can fully fund them out of their own pockets, and that severely limits ownership, right? I would encourage everybody to read the original application from the Conkey Stevens House. They outline how they're trying to phase these repairs so that they can handle them in-house. This is just one that's too big and needs to be done all at once. They've already spent $35,000 on the understory of the porch and $44,000 on other upgrades. They've committed $20K from their reserves and are levying a $51,000 special allocation from the tenants. They're putting money into this too. They've just hit their max and they need our support. And this is what CPA is here to do. This is one of the things that CPA is here to do. So I plan on supporting this.
Dorothy.
I'm sorry, Mandy Jo, you are absolutely correct. I really thought everybody knew I was a member of the Amherst Women's Club. I should have repeated that. In fact, a picture of the Amherst Women's Club is on my website that I set up showing beautiful things around Amherst. So many of the people on this town council have been invited by me to speak at the Amherst Women's Club. So if you feel that it is necessary, I will recuse myself from this vote.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion, and that is in accordance with Charter Section 5.6, having been published on the town bulletin board for a minimum of 10 days on March 10th, 2022, a public forum held on March 21st, 2022, and having been reviewed by the Finance Committee report on February 28th and March 7th, 2022, to adopt Council Order FY 23-07B, an order appropriating the FY 2023 Community Preservation Act budget, AWC Amherst Hills House exterior painting and repair. Is there a second? Andy?
I'm not going to second it because it doesn't include the specific provision that would have been included in the Finance Committee discussion, which is subject to a historic preservation restriction to be negotiated by staff.
Okay. Could we have a second and then have that as an amendment, or shall I take that as a friendly amendment?
There's no second, just add it
Let's
to your
go for a
motion.
friendly amendment. So you want to say at the end of section 12, okay, at the end of the motion, go back to the motion, please. Okay, at the end of that, put a comma and say subject to the successful negotiation of a historic preservation agreement. Is that the correct word?
Restriction, I think, was the term.
Restriction. Andy, is that the way you want it to read now?
Yes,
Okay, then I will repeat. That is now my motion. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, are there any further discussions on this particular motion and vote? Michelle Miller.
Are we still going to move forward with voting with the other?
Yes, all we're doing right now is dealing with Hill's House.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Pat. I believe she plans to recuse herself. Okay.
She should make that known at this point since
Okay.
a motion was being
Dorothy,
made.
do you plan to recuse yourself from this vote?
I thought I just said that. I'm sorry, did
Okay.
you not hear? Did you not?
Yes.
Was I not? I mean, maybe you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
I explained that I am a member, that I should have reminded you of it. I thought that you all knew it, and therefore I am recusing myself from this vote. I
Okay.
thought that was clear. Thank you.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to start the vote with Mandy Johanicky,
Yes.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam. I'm sorry, that is recused. Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes,
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Baum,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Yes.
and Lynn Griesmer is a yes, and that is unanimous for those of us voting with one abstention. I mean, I'm sorry, it's with one person recusing. Okay, now we're going on to the other property. And there is a motion on the screen if somebody would like to make it and/or amend it. Okay. Michelle Miller.
Well, I think we have to include here what we did in the previous motion with respect to the historic preservation restriction at
Yeah.
the end.
Yeah, so the motion is then, I'll make it.
in accordance with Charter Section 5.6, having been published on the Town Bulletin Board for a minimum of 10 days on March 10th, 2022, a public forum held on March 21st, 2022, and having been reviewed by the Finance Committee report on February 28th and March 7th, 2022, to adopt Town Council Order FY 23-07C, an order appropriating the FY 2023 Community Preservation Act budget, Salem Place HOA, Conkley Stevens House, subject to the successful negotiation of a historic preservation restriction.
Miller, second.
Okay. Are there other comments? Mandy, yes, Michelle, okay, Mandy Jo.
I think I'm going to vote for it, but I'm not sure. But I do urge, and I think one of my reasons is because it's one of 7 houses on the historic register. But I urge, we're coming up with a preservation of historic structures potential bylaw coming in where there isn't a lot of information about how you can help owners of historic buildings. Historic buildings start at 50 years old. That in this town opens up nearly, depending on what you define and all for CPA, a whole lot of nearly the entire town for CPA money. I'm not sure we necessarily want to do that. So I encourage the Historic Commission to think about creating a list of structures that they would really think should be supported with taxpayer CPA funding versus those that are 50 years old or older that maybe aren't important enough to support with taxpayer funding. Maybe tie it to the historic preservation, maybe not, but I think as a council and as a counselor, I really need help determining which historic structures in town are so important to preserve that even if privately owned, we should be handing taxpayer money to them. And I've had a real hard time making that decision for this particular one. So at this point, I have to rely on something I don't know much about, which is the historic register and obviously the recommendations of CPA. But I'd really like more help with that as we see some of these projects go forward.
Sarah Marshall, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I would just note that all the CPA proposals involving historic preservation are reviewed by the Historical Commission, and they give us a report. They do not always recommend every project, I don't believe, or the full amount, and we rely on their evaluations quite a bit. So they are definitely weighing in.
Dorothy.
I really want to thank Anna for her detailed reading, which I had not done. I think the facts that you shared about the Conkey House are extremely important. Because we've been talking in our earlier discussions about responsible owners or landlords, and the fact that they have been doing efforts towards this, that they've been doing their best, that they've been taking responsibility, I think is very important when you're talking about a private house, because sometimes the task, it really is too much. And the thing with the slate roof is absolutely true. The slate roof makes it look wonderful, but it is more expensive. So I think that those facts perhaps should have been brought forward in discussion of the Conkey House, and it would have made it easier for the public to understand why it was indeed eligible. Thank you.
Okay. Sarah Marshall.
I'm sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? I'm going to share a comment as an individual counselor. I have also really struggled with this one. It's for all reasons that have been expressed tonight, and I have no reason to go over them again. And for me, it's really the issue of what else needs to get done in this town. And that's been the issue all along. It's not that I don't respect historic preservation, I just am looking at a large ticket here and much larger tickets down the road. So, and those are tickets that impact our youth and many of the community as well. So I just wanted to be very clear where I was coming from in my conversations, both with the Finance Committee and my statement tonight. Pam Rooney?
I have a question. If we were to recommend a funding at a lower level, that would be a solid contribution toward the work that's already occurred at the house, but not quite in the magnitude of what we see here, which is $250,000. We know that, theoretically, we have met the 10% match for historic preservation category. Is that something that would be an amendment to the existing motion, or how does something like that get
You would
added?
say, you would want to amend it by saying, and reduce the amount by X. Or 2X or whatever.
And would we then discuss that before it came back to a vote
Oh,
on the
absolutely.
full floor?
Absolutely. And that would be an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. And so it would have to be voted on first.
I would like to amend the motion to reduce the amount of funding to $150,000 with the restriction in place.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second, Haneke.
Okay. I see both. Ben, Pam, did you want to say anything else about your motion? No. Okay, Ben?
Yeah, thank you. So obviously I encourage you all to discuss the motion from Pam, but I just wanted to add that during the review at the Historical Commission and at the subsequent conversations with the CPA Commission, we all, the various different boards and committees and town staff looked at their budget really closely. And first of all, we did kind of we reduced it from, I think, the 350 to 360 down to 240 to really get at the, most important parts of what they need to do to really preserve the integrity of the building, whether, waterproofing the roof and the membrane, making sure the porch doesn't fall down. And I think there's certain activities that kind of need to happen in tangent and together, because they're actually going to build, it's going to be quite a site. They're building an incredible amount of scaffolding to get to the roof and do that work. And so there's kind of things that it doesn't make sense to do that scaffolding again in a future year. So part of, when we looked at the $240,000 number, it was doing kind of everything that you need to do with the scaffolding in place, kind of doing that at once. And that was work on the trim, on the upper windows and the masonry work up top, as well as the roofing work. So I would just be mindful of splitting the project apart too much.
Thank you. Chris?
I just wanted to point out that Jane Wald, the chair of the Historical Commission, has her hand raised. Thank you.
Jane, would you please enter the room and make your comment?
Yes, thank you. I've appreciated your really thoughtful discussion about these two projects, and appreciate that you are finding ways to advance the preservation goals of our town plan, and what really is the nature and the character of the town of Amherst that has been established over these many years. I agree with what Ben has said about how the Historical Commission has gone about evaluating the work items and the budget for the Conkey Stevens House, we've taken care to divide preservation items from maintenance items or systems items, and have really focused our attention on the work program that advances the preservation of the house as this, one of 7 individually listed properties on the National Register for the town of Amherst. So that really elevates the significance of this property, among others. I guess I would also say that that the notion of ganging up particular work items to make the most efficient use of funds has been front of mind for us, because it's true that, first of all, that maintenance preservation activities for historic properties is more expensive than for new construction, and that certain items need to be combined in order to make the most efficient use of funds. So that's how we arrived at the recommendation of $240,000. And I think that the site is, it's one of the most historically significant sites in Amherst, and will benefit from whatever support it can achieve from Community Preservation Act funds. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to call on Anna Devlin Gotham.
So I'm actually really concerned with the precedent of setting this at an arbitrary number. I mean, I think for me, that sets a dangerous precedent of either capping or getting into the practice of cutting to something when we haven't gone through the actual budget for the project. So when you look at the budget for this, right, the flashing comes to, of the dormers and the chimneys, is over 80K. Like the masonry comes out to 17, the porch comes out to over 56. And when you look at how much they're able to contribute, and I would argue able to contribute with not minimal effort, right? They're taking on an additional levy. I worry about then setting by divvying these up, what Ben and Jane were saying, of losing the ability to kind of chunk projects, right? You are going to spend more money that they don't have because of how closely they've budgeted for these ones. So I'm concerned about the arbitrary number, extremely concerned about the arbitrary number. And I believe that this project is kind of the sum or nothing, right? I think that in order to do this at the prices that they included in the estimate, that's the number we need. And we already did cut them down kind of a lot. Yeah.
Pat DeAngelis.
I've also had problems with this project. It was good for me to hear what you had to say before and now, Anna, and I appreciate that. Some of my concern has come from the owners of the building, because they've had a resistance to Amherst Media building there with a design that was approved by the Historic Commission.
It's not this project.
Okay, I stand corrected. I'm also concerned about the tree planting that they're putting up to separate the house from the street. Not now because it's small, but even with those resistances and funding private ownership, I think that Anna is right, and I cannot support the decrease in funds, and I can support the funding, the CPA funding.
Let's take one more question, then let's keep moving. Shalini?
Yeah, I agree that the town staff and the CPAC committee and the Historic Commission all have done the work in a systematic way, and for us to just come out with a figure randomly does not seem good practice. So I don't support that. And secondly, I'm hearing a concern that there are other, I have that concern too. We have other projects coming up, and is this worth more than the other projects that seem, more worthy maybe. But then we need to change our ratios maybe of how we set up the CPAC funding. But given that we have set it up in this way, which reflects our values as a town, then we, it seems like it's fitting all the criteria and we should support it.
The percentages for CPAC money are set by state.
Okay.
That's not set by town. How we then appropriate within that is set by town. Jennifer?
Yes, I initially, I was considering supporting with the amendment just because I didn't want to lose any appropriation to the Conklin-Stevens house. But after, I was really impressed to hear that the Homeowners Association has already contributed $150,000 when Anna went through the figures. So I am persuaded that we should, if we are going to support it at a level where they can do the work that needs to be done. So I do appreciate the further explanation.
So an amendment's on the floor to reduce the amount to 150. I have to bring that question to the council first. And so I'm going to bring that question to the council. And then given whatever happens with that means we will then move to the next. So, Nika Lopes, if you are in favor of reducing the amount to 150,000, you vote yes. Okay. If you are not in favor of that, meaning either you don't want to give them anything or meaning you don't want to reduce the amount, you vote no. Okay. Anika.
No.
Michelle.
No.
Dorothy.
No.
Pam.
Yes.
Kathy.
No.
Andy. Andy.
No.
Jennifer.
No.
Alicia.
No.
Shalini Baumil.
No.
Pat DeAngelis. Anna Devlin Gothier.
No.
Lynn Griesmer is a no. Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Okay, the motion to reduce the amount fails. We're going back to the original motion. The original motion is to fund it at the full level as requested. Chris, you have your hand up, but I assume you just left it up, okay? So we're going to go to that, and I'm going to start with Michelle Miller. This is in favor of the $240,000.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
No.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
No.
Shalini Baumil.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, reluctantly. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes. Anika.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, it passes. Thank you for a very long discussion. We're going to move on to polling locations. I've reviewed the agenda and there is very little, if anything, I can throw off of it. I'll just be honest, okay? So Sue Audette has joined us this evening. I'm sorry, I skipped something. We're not there. We're going to proclamations and public comment. Thank you very much.
good.
Proclamations, going back to my agenda.
Oh, finance needs to adjourn.
Yeah.
Finance. Andy, would you like to adjourn the finance?
I adjourned the finance committee meeting.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for joining us for this and all of our other discussions. General public comment. If you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand.
Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. And I'm asking anybody who would like to make public comment to raise their hand now. Okay, I'm going to bring Ronnie Isolde. Okay, Isolde, you had your hand up. So I'm going to call on you first, but then you took it down and you put it back up. So Isolde Ortego Bustamante, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm writing you and I'm speaking here to request what is known as an equity pause before you move forward with the town clerk's polling location recommendations. An equity pause is a quote, time to pause the design or planning process to reflect and share our learning, remind ourselves of our shared goals and practices, and name what we might do better in the support of racial equity and inclusion. It's the first step to notice, see, and name obstacles that get in the way of equity. And I provided you with a link to a larger document. It's a practice that's being used more and more. I became aware of the memo and of some issues of concern via fellow residents Tracy Zafian and Demetria Shabazz, who've been involved in redistricting discussions with the town and on committees. They brought forward concerns about the disproportionate impact on community residents and historically disenfranchised groups if the polling location recommendations, as outlined in a March 15th memo to the council by Town Clerk Susan Audette, were to move forward. An equity pause would allow more residents time to study the recommendations, as well as the concerns being thoughtfully brought forth by our fellow residents. Since this involves a right as fundamental as a right to vote, and with a stated public interest that you have in expanding civic participation, the town would live out its values by pausing to allow for a deeper consideration of any equity impacts before moving forward with these recommendations. I wasn't exactly clear if you were voting tonight, and I would love to study the issue more. I'm certainly not in in-depth study of the recommendations, but once the issue is brought up of disproportionate impact on many Olympia Oaks, apartment buildings, college students, and groups that tend to vote less and have more difficulty voting, and being another change in a very short succession of time, it would make sense to allow more time for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isolde. Ronnie Parker, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, this is Ronnie Parker. I live in District 3 downtown. I'm actually here to speak about exactly the same thing that the previous speaker spoke about. I love the idea of an equity pause. I haven't had time to actually look at the recommendations in detail, but I would like to express my support for comments sent by Tracy Zafian as well, which you all have, and she explains in some detail what some of the problems are with the proposed suggestions for voting. And I want to say how important, I know you all know this, but I want to say it anyway, that it's extremely important to have easy access to voting, and lots of people in our country don't. I know that's probably not the case here, but still, we ought to be careful that we don't slip on that one thing. And so I'm here to say, please consider the alternatives that Tracy has offered. And I love the idea of an equity pause and will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time? Thank you for your patience while we delayed public comment, which we normally don't do. We try to have it very early in the meeting. So now we're going to go on to resolutions. This is just reading from the last paragraphs or so. Mandy Jo, the first one is child abuse awareness.
Yes, thank you. This is the 2022 Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month proclamation. This is the second year we have done this. Now therefore be it resolved that the Amherst Town Council declares the month of April to be Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month, and further recognizes this proclamation by raising the child abuse prevention flag from April 1st, 2022 to April 30th, 22, to help cultivate awareness for all residents of Amherst. And I will add that the ceremony for the flag raising will be on April 1st, 2022 at 2:30 p.m. in front of Town Hall.
Thank you. Moving right along. The proclamation and congratulations to the UMass women's basketball team. Anna.
All right. I'm going to read the final paragraph. Do I have to do any other introduction other than that? Okay. Now, therefore, we, the Town Council of the Town of Amherst, do hereby recognize and congratulate the University of Massachusetts Amherst women's basketball team on their tremendous accomplishment of winning the NCAA Atlantic 10 championship for the first time in 24 years.
Thank you. And we will be signing that and sending it to them.
Yeah, there is no date as of now for a celebration, but I will keep people posted.
Okay, thank you. Resolution supporting the people of Ukraine and their democratically elected government and condemning Russia's war against them. Michelle. Why don't you just read one or two, because we're going to have a reading on Wednesday. Okay.
Now therefore be it resolved, we, the Amherst Town Council, most vigorously condemn Russia's war on Ukraine and the horrific loss of life, suffering, economic, physical, and environmental devastation, and catastrophic humanitarian crisis it is causing. Be it further resolved, we join with all those demanding that Russia end its war on Ukraine, withdraw its forces, and unilaterally commit to respecting Ukraine's territorial integrity and allow Ukraine to continue its chosen path as a sovereign and independent democracy.
Great. And we will be doing a reading of the proclamation this Wednesday, the 23rd at 4 o'clock. And the flag for Ukraine will be mounted on one of the pole areas on Town Hall. Okay. Now we're moving on to the polling locations. Okay. Sue Audette. Let me also mention we are not voting tonight. This is something that we feel very strongly that the public, as they have done tonight and other times, may want to weigh in. The intention at this point, however, is to have it on the next agenda. Please go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Can we start the slide presentation?
We can't hear you, Sue.
Sue's muted.
Yeah, Sue, you need to turn your mic up.
I'm sorry. There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
I do that every time I have it up. Okay. Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. And for those who I think everybody knows me, I'm Sue Audette, Town Clerk, and I've put together a little presentation. Athena, can you start the PowerPoint show? Okay. Thank you. All right. So we're here tonight, as half of you know, because you were involved in voting the map for the new precincts. We have new names for all of our precincts. They're no longer 1 through 10. They are now precincts 1A, 2A, 3, so on and so forth, up to 5B. So we need to determine where these newly named precincts are going to be voting. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this will be a town council vote to determine where those will be. This is set forth through Chapter 54, Section 24 of Mass General Law. Next slide. So the criteria that I came at this from was, number one, we assume all voting locations would remain the same. They're tried and true. They are set up for Americans with disabilities, ADA compliancy. They are adequate for our needs for the number of registered voters in those buildings and outside parking spaces. And also what I tried to do when looking at where each precinct would vote was to keep the precinct close to the voting location. which is something that we are familiar with and that we have had in past years. So can we go to the next slide? So again, just some things to keep in mind. The number of voters per precinct, I tried to keep that. This is where I had a very difficult time. So I tried to keep it as close to prior numbers as possible because we know that those numbers of voters in those locations worked out well. The hard part was that we're not talking apples to apples anymore, because with the new map, we have completely new boundaries and dimensions. So you're not talking precinct 1 is now 1A, precinct 2 is now 2A, etc. So, I was working with that. And again, we are keeping the polling location as close to the precinct as possible. And I also looked at it where there was one precinct in particular that I did not want to split it for being on the larger side, which is 5B. So all the precincts stayed intact. They were all each going to vote at one polling location or combining into a couple of precincts in one building. What else am I going to say on that? I think that's it for that one. Next slide, please. And I think I already spoke to this here. So what I had to work with, so this is really old school, but this is how I tried to figure out who should vote where based on the numbers. Can everybody see that, or is it too small? Okay. So on the left, we have the old precincts 1 through 10 map with active voters. Okay, and that's the way it used to look. And then on the right, we have the new map with our new precincts and our new precinct names, 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. And their active registered voter counts. So I think if you go to the next slide, that one will be more self-explanatory. Oh, I'm gonna make it smaller. Okay. All right. So, all right, at this point, I think I'd like to speak to Tracy Zafian's memo. So we agree in all areas except for Wildwood, the high school, and the Bangs Community Center. That's where she differs from me. But I, again, was working on numbers, and I have to concede that she has some valid points. She did mention Leslie Street, 22 Leslie Street, which is Clark House, and that does get moved. And I do have to say that I overlooked that point. So there is definitely room for improvement on this. So 2A and 4B at Wildwood, 4A and 5A at the high school, and 3A at the Bangs, that can be re-looked at. So I'm open for suggestions on that. I think I would like to study Tracy's suggestion a little further, because it just came at me yesterday and I, haven't had a chance to really look at it. But otherwise, I'd like to stay with the recommendations that I gave, and that also coincides with Tracy's. But these are things to look at as to where the dimensions fall. You're going to have to be looking at the maps for the borders and where neighborhoods are cut off. Let's see. One of the things that I thought would be nice in the high school is to put as many UMass precincts in there, but turns out with these new maps, we have UMass falls into 6 precincts now, so it's impossible numbers wise. Let's see. And something also to keep in mind about this whole process is that we're planning where people are going to vote on election day. And, as you know, we've got a Votes Act in legislation right now being worked on, and it's without a doubt we're going to have permanent mail-in voting. So what we found, from the past 3 elections, that the mail-in voting really distributes the voters on election day. It decreases the number of people that come out on election day. It distributes the ballots overall. So just to keep some numbers for you to think about. The September primary in 2020, 38% of the people voted by mail. So that's 38% less people in the precinct on election day. On November 3rd, 2020, 56% of the people voted by mail. And yes, I realize that's smack in the middle of COVID. But November 2nd, 2021, we had 7% of the people voted by mail. So just, I don't know how it weighs in with your determining where people vote. We want to, of course, make it fair and equitable. It was a numbers game, and I pretty much did the best I could, but I do see Tracy's points on some of the things she mentioned, and I would like to incorporate those or have you consider them for incorporation. And I think that was all I was going to say, and that's last slide. Thank you for your vote on this when comes time to vote. If there's anything you need to determine, to make any other decisions, just let me know. I can pull figures from the voter registration system, etc. So are there any questions?
Let me ask that. And also, before we start that, I want to make clear the polling location is determined by what precinct you're now going to be in. And several people in town will no longer be in the same precinct that they were in before. So this is the first step that we need to go through in order to get to the point we can inform people where they will be going to vote. It's an educational process, both what is the name of your precinct and therefore where are you going to vote, okay? With that in mind, Anna.
So my question is about that educational process and as it relates to this. We currently have candidates for statewide office going around and getting signatures on their nomination papers. And those forms include precinct and district. With these new maps, which went into effect and were backdated, one, do people need to fill that out or should they leave it blank so they don't get it wrong? And two, because we've done little to no education on this, are we accidentally invalidating a whole lot of signatures on people's nomination forms? Just clarity on that would be great.
Sue?
Yeah. So I would leave it blank right now. So we're in the middle of the process of the redistricting. We're still not done with that. We just got all of our figures about 3 weeks ago from the state to prove. We got 33,000 records that we had to prove. We sent it back about 2 weeks ago. It took us a week, 3 of us. And we had 5 addresses that were in the wrong precinct. They had to go and, validate that. They did. So we're in the back and forth. So they have all of the information and we're waiting for them to update the voter registration system. That's the place where we can now say, once the precincts are voted, we can put that information into the voter system. Now we can let everybody know precinct 1A votes in Emmanuel Lutheran Church and so on and so forth. So we were told by the state that any signature gathering for certain offices to not certify them and wait until your process is finished. So I have a list of those seats basically that we can certify and that we can't. So I can get that to you if you'd like, and you'll see, but it's kind of on hold. Some things are on hold and some things are not.
So
can I ask a
follow-up? Sue, go ahead. I was going to ask a follow-up question as well. It seems to me that if it's a statewide office, it doesn't matter as long as you're a registered voter in Amherst. So, because I've signed forms and will be signing more. Does it matter whether you're correct on the precinct or not?
Actually, not on the precinct, it's the congressional district. There were certain seats, though, we were told not to certify yet.
Yeah. Well, we're one congressional district, we're one state rep district.
True.
We're one Senate district, where all the rest are statewide positions. So it seems, I just want to make sure that people are encouraged to assist those that they would like to get onto the ballot. So Anna, you had a follow-on question?
It's very similar. I just want to hear verbal confirmation. If someone used to be in District 3 and they're now in District 5, which is one of the big switches that has happened, and they write District 3 because it's the same congressional district, it will not invalidate their signature despite it being the wrong local district on the form.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I misunderstood you. I was thinking something else. Yeah, yeah. It should not. No. Yeah, no.
Thank you.
I mean, the
Okay,
fact
you're
that
welcome.
we don't have any split.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
got it.
Yeah.
All right, Kathy. Oh, I'm sorry, Mandy Jo, you're next.
Okay. So I have a couple of things to say, and then I just have some suggestions on where to put people, or put voting locations for voting precincts. We are districts now, which is the big divide versus a voting precinct. So the more districts we can, like the more voting precincts of a district we can put in a single location, the more I support that, instead of splitting up 2 voting precincts within a district to 2 different locations. In case someone gets that, they know they're District 2, but they don't know whether they're A or B, they don't have to go to a different location if they guessed wrong on the A or B, say. And so for that case, I support moving all of District 1 to Emmanuel Church. It's the bigger of the 2 locations. District 1, it would still only put, if you're looking at the active voters, it wouldn't put it much higher. And the bigger reason I support that is the bulk of the voters, the registered voters in that district, live in the apartment complexes right along North Pleasant Street and walk down towards UMass during the day. They would pass their polling location on their way to walking, instead of having to walk a different direction to get to their polling place if they're walking, because it would be close to UMass. I think we should put all of District 4 in the same location for the same reason. So I would put all of District 4 at the high school, 4A and 4B. I would move 2A to the high school too. 3A, I don't know whether it should be at the high school or Bang Center, but I think there's room at the high school for 4 districts, especially if we have less people voting in person on day of. The more dorms we can put in the same location, as you said, Sue, the better, because if they mess up, if a student messes up what district or voting precinct they're in, they don't have to go to another location, they just walk to a different table, which we've had issues with as they move dorms and all, especially if same-day voting comes into effect. And I don't know whether that one's still on the table, but I think that's a potential on the table still at the state level. Then it becomes really important for as many dorm locations, I think, as possible to be in the same one. And I would put 5A at the Bang Center because of the Ann Whalen apartments. I think it's extremely important for them to be right next door, not at the high school. So that's my proposal, some of my reasons for it. I hope you guys will consider it.
I think what we're going to do is continue to have people provide suggestions, and then Sue's going to take this back and contemplate what to do with it. Okay,
Yeah,
Kathy?
look at.
Since Mandy just knocked out one of our polling districts in District 1 that people have gone to historically for years and they walk to it, Mandy, and there's a bus stop right there. There are a lot of people who walk to it, including Survival Center. People who've been to Survival Center. I would need a lot to say just because there's a 1A and a 1B, that's phenomenally different than the old precinct 1 and 3. Now, on the other hand, the lines never made any sense to me. When one side of the street goes to the Korean church and the other side of the street drives down to Lutheran because of where precinct 1 and 3 were. So I think a little bit more thinking, but I did Tracy's memo, and you're talking about that with 5A. All of Amherst College and Wayland live pretty near it was to go to Bangs, and trying to think of where the people who live near Wildwood go to Wildwood. So I think Sue had that one criteria of, like, to the extent it's really nearby you, I wouldn't necessarily go with just 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. And so I think the being able to walk or get there easily make some sense as well as where people have been used to going. I mean, those two are really important for people not to get disruptive. But then the UMass thing, I had asked Sue, would there's some miracle, we just say all of UMass votes at the high school, even if they're in 6 different precincts, and that may not be legal to do that. But I think having UMass students live in one dorm and then change dorm a year later and have the precincts change has always been a little nutty. And so the more we can get them all voting in one place. So if you go to UMass and you're living on campus in a dorm, this is where you vote. And I'm not sure whether we can do that, Sue. I sent you that question in advance because I think the answer is probably we just can't do it.
We can't. That is correct. And I looked it up and it comes out to be almost 4,000 active voters if you combine them all. And that's just too many.
And is it illegal to do that as well? I mean,
Well,
yeah.
we can't have more than 4,000 inhabitants per precinct.
No, I know we can't put them in the same
and-
precinct. What I'm asking is when they get a thing, because in the age of computer, if I walk into some place, the only thing, the districts are going to matter when we are electing counselors. The districts and the precincts don't matter for statewide elections, for the larger elections. You just have to live in Amherst. So some of this.
No, it's all by precinct. When you, the ballots, when you're tabulating at the end of the night, it's still all calculated by precinct.
I do understand that. I'm just saying that, when we do the early voting, the computer people could say, okay, here's your ballot. And our ballots are not that different except for the district counselor. So I think you're telling me, I just can't get all of UMass being told they vote at one place, even though it may be different precincts and different districts. So I'll give up on that one. But I think proximity to where you live, Mandy, is pretty important. And some of these districts have long corridors, like District 2 does. It just goes way long. And so thinking about the car travel and the amount of people that are going to have to go a long way rather than a shorter way is important.
Pam? Thanks. I think we all probably came up with 2 or 3 options ourselves. My options were to actually look at combining more of the, I didn't necessarily do the 4s and 4s or the 5s and 5s, but I looked at coming up with relatively similar numbers, around 1,000 voters per polling place, with the exception of 5B, which is 2,300 people that actively vote. And so that was sort of my driver, is how do I join in combination to even out the numbers. And I'm not going to go into the details of who goes with whom, but that was my gist. And I would also strongly support Clark House and Ann Whalen being in foot proximity to their polling place. I mean, these people are very, very lucky to be able to walk to CVS. And, that is literally sort of the distance that they need to be able to function in. So thank you.
Okay, Dorothy?
I just want to second some of Tracy's recommendations. And for those who haven't had a chance to read them, they were based mostly on availability of public transportation to the different polling places. So the equity pause, which was suggested at the beginning of the meeting, is very important to this thing. I think the numbers, I understand Sue is probably required to do things by the numbers, okay? But to me, the 2 most important things would be equity and simplicity. And many people have talked about the simplicity where people kind of know where they would vote or voting together. But people have to be able to, if they get public transportation, it's not how long the trip takes you, it's whether or not you can take it. So there has to be public transportation to the polling place available for the different neighborhoods. It's really a difficult job, Sue, and I don't envy you. Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yes, I felt very strongly also that the Ann Whalen apartment residents be able to vote at Bangs. I mean, they literally live adjacent to a polling location that they can walk to, and to have to go to a much further location I guess just didn't make sense to me, although I know the challenge that you face. And I would guess as much as possible, if residents don't have to go past a polling location close to where they live and then go to a further one. If there was, which is really echoing what people have said, but it's, and I was, pleased to hear that we're going to look at Tracy's suggestions as well, because you matched up in a lot of areas, and then you were going to look at where you didn't. And yeah, if there was any way for UMass to vote together, because I can just see friends going to vote and then just assuming that they all vote in the same location, and when they arrive, finding out that they don't. Thank you.
Andy?
Yeah, just quickly following up on the UMass question, which was going to be my subject too. I guess that early voting is a question that I still want to put on the table for the way that UMass can have an easily and continuously identifiable voting option is the on-campus early voting, because it was pointed out when we dealt with this subject in the districting discussion previously in the last council. People live in Southwest for usually only 1 year, rarely 2 years, and then they move into either off campus or entirely different residence halls. We've taken, because of the size of Southwest, we've split it up into many different districts and precincts. And I think that we can't let that dominate what has to be done, because it's just going to be very confusing for students who are going to be not in that precinct for more than one election, at most two if there's a primary and a general in the same year. So I think that getting an answer on the question of whether early voting is available still on campus is an important factor to know.
Anika?
Well, acknowledging that this is a massive job and thanking you for your efforts, I just wanted to give another nod to keeping and Wayland and Clark House together if possible. And just if there's more focus that could be on transportation, acknowledging that transportation and convenience are both ways that often, we lose voters. They don't feel interested in even a tool that's used nationally for voter suppression. So again, acknowledging that you have a massive job in front of you, I would hope that some of Tracy's recommendations are including, and as well as a deep focus on transportation and convenience. Thank you.
Okay. Pam, you still have your hand up?
I actually have another comment.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks. In looking really carefully at the UMass campus map, there are dormitories, residences in 1, 2, 3, 4 precincts right now. There will be 5 when the Lincoln Apartments gets rebuilt. If it would be really good to have a very clear answer to, can UMass students vote in a central location, not splitting up the precincts, but simply allowing them by address to vote on campus. And I'm thinking Mullins Center, Campus Center, it's where they all went for their flu shots. It's where they all go for big events. Make it really easy for them. Right now, each of the housing districts, except for Southwest, no, even Southwest is split into 2 precincts. So Southwest is split into 2, Central is split into 2, Northeast is split into 2, and only Orchard Hill and North residential areas are not split. So there's clearly lots of opportunity for confusion up there. Thanks.
Sue, is there anything else you'd like to say? And except let me also say thank you. This is a thankless task. Everybody wants everything to stay the same. And I don't want to be confused on election day. So having said that, if you would like more time, instead of coming back in 2 weeks, you let us know. But if there's any other questions or comments to us, please go ahead.
No, I just want to thank everyone for your comments, and yeah, I may need an extra week. I think what I'd like to do is maybe, you know, if you could be in touch with me as any public comments, but I think I might like to contact my fellow DAB members and see if they have some. Yeah, yep. Peggy, Shannon, Irina, Duhovny, and Tracy. Those
Great.
three were key. That would be really good. But yeah, it's tough. It is tough because, and I like that Mullen Center idea. That's something to explore. It's definitely something to explore. I don't know what it would take to bring that about, but wouldn't that solve the problem?
And let me just say right now, it's scheduled to come back to us on April 4th. If it doesn't, it would come back on April 28th.
Okay.
No, 25th. April 25th, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Pam, do you still have your hand up? Okay. Given that we're finished with that, thank you, Sue, for hanging around with us. Obviously, I didn't meet my estimated time.
That's okay.
All right. We're moving on to proposed preservation of historic structures, general bylaw, rescission of demolition delay, zoning bylaw. And let me just say, if this is confusing, one is to one of the actions will be to rescind, and another action will be to adopt. And we're not doing that tonight. This is merely a referral to CRC and the planning board, and then eventually GOL. So Jane Wald, I believe you wanted to say a word or two. Are you still with us? Please come back into the room yet again. It's been a night for historic. It's okay. You're allowed to make funny comments if you want to. Is Jane's? Yes. I'm sorry, Chris.
Jane is here, but someone needs to let her in.
Oh, Athena, can you bring Jane in? I can't hear you.
She has to click the button.
Jane, you need to accept the invitation so we can bring you back in the room. Okay, now you need to unmute so you can speak. We should have just invited you for the whole meeting. Jane, please unmute. Does she need to be invited to unmute?
Here she is.
Can you make her a panelist?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, but she has to accept it. Perhaps she stepped away for a moment.
I just texted her, so.
It's possible she has. Right. All right, Ben, I'm just going to go on to you and let's keep moving. Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That sounds good. I will try to channel Jane Wald and the rest of the Historical Commission to the best that I can. But I think Jane was basically going to give a bit of an introduction to the work of the Historical Commission and give a bit of the history to this bylaw and how it's been developed. And maybe she's here now. Jane?
Jane, can you hear us?
Hi, am I?
Yes, we're introducing the change from the demolition delay zoning bylaw to the preservation of historic structures general bylaw. And I understood you would be giving a brief introduction.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. Yes, so this is just a brief introduction to more details that Ben Breger will present. And some background about the preservation delay bylaw. In 2015, the Historical Commission was asked by the Planning Department to revise the old demolition delay bylaw, which was embedded in the zoning bylaw for two reasons. One was to provide greater clarity about the goals, process, and definitions for applicants. And second, to revisit and refine definitions of terms for clearer guidance on implementation by the building commissioner. We worked with the building commissioner and planning department staff to achieve a bylaw version that fit Amherst's needs. During the course of this work, we learned that the demolition bylaw didn't need just revision, but rather a more comprehensive reorganization to express the clarity needed by the town. We kept the valuable parts of the bylaw, existing demolition delay bylaw, and reviewed bylaws of about 25 other comparably sized towns in Massachusetts. Also valuable for our work was a bylaw template developed by the Massachusetts Historical Commission, a template that is now widely used among towns in Massachusetts. We also obtained targeted advice partway through our draft in a workshop with staff from the Massachusetts Historical Commission. This whole process has taken us a bit more than 6 years to come up with what we believe is the clearest set of guidelines for Amherst. Overall, our bylaw is not the most restrictive, but falls somewhere in the middle of comparable towns. Most other towns do not put the demolition delay bylaw in the zoning bylaw, but rather in the general bylaw. And we recommend that change in this case. A great deal of the old bylaw did get incorporated into the new, but we ranged widely as we considered each point, each item, and we mostly ended up simplifying wording and separating policies from processes. The new name, Preservation Bylaw, reflects the actual positive purpose of such a bylaw, rather than focusing on demolition as the only action the commission can take. Preservation is a long-term, cumulative thinking beyond merely the function of delaying demolition. It looks to the future as Amherst continues to consolidate and gain its historical recognition. So with that, I will turn over to Ben Breger, the presentation of details.
Ben?
Great, thank you, Jane. So yeah, just a little bit more about the demolition delay bylaw in general and what its purpose is and how it was first adopted by the town of Amherst in around 1999, I believe. It's been in place for a while and has been very effective in preserving structures and preventing demolition, or providing a window. Essentially, the goal of the demolition delay bylaw is to provide an opportunity to reconsider and to consider alternatives to demolition, such that a structure could be saved and not make any rash decisions. And so the way it functions is essentially when a building that's over 50 years old, that's the first threshold, is proposed for demolition. It is then sent to the Historical Commission. The Historical Commission, the way it works now, holds a public hearing to first determine if the building is a significant structure and they have a whole criteria in Article 13 to define what is a significant structure. And then if it is found to be a significant structure, the next set of decision is whether or not to place a 12-month delay on the demolition of that structure. And during that 12-month delay, the goal is to either, rehabilitate the building, find someone who could relocate it, such as we saw that happen just a few months ago with the building that Barry Roberts relocated to Baker Street, was a building that had a delay placed on the demolition. So that's kind of the overview of the goals of the demolition delay bylaw. Over 150 cities and towns in the state have the bylaw in place. And so I'm just going to kind of hit some of the very high level points that we're changing or proposing to change in the bylaw, understanding that the planning board and the CRC have looked at the bylaw very closely in the past month, just kind of on a discussion level. And then if it is referred tonight, the CRC, planning board, and potentially the GOL, I think, will also hold public hearings and look at it very closely. So I'm going to keep it pretty high level tonight, but if people have questions, certainly don't hesitate to ask. But essentially, so there's kind of the way I look at it, there's three major changes that are being proposed to the bylaw. The first is the actual definition of the word demolition, which you would think would be pretty straightforward, but actually, it became more complicated. The current definition for demolition is pretty vague, and it's been difficult for the building commissioner in that role to really interpret kind of what is actually considered demolition. The current definition is, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, any act of pulling down, destroying, removing a structure and that or portion thereof. And it's that clause that says or portion thereof that has given us a lot of trouble. And how do we actually define, what is a portion? And does that mean a door, or does that mean the whole structure? And what are we actually reviewing here as the historical commission? So the new bylaw has a very much more clear definition of demolition. It establishes kind of three acts that can be considered demolition. The first is, complete demolition, removal of a structure. The second would be more like partial demolition. That could be defined as 25% or more of any facade of a building. And that's to really make sure that, historic buildings aren't really stripped of, an important facade that might, face the street. That really adds to the historic nature of the building. And then we've added a third definition, which would be looking at the removal of really important historical features for buildings. Like you might look at like a cupola or beautiful trim that might contribute to the historic integrity of a building. And so the historical commission wanted to be able to review some of those more minor changes as well. And we've kind of, and folks in the CRC know this, we've been talking about how do we kind of make sure we have the ability to preserve some of those historic and nicer architectural features, but also not inundate town staff with a lot of applications, because we're trying to find a way to kind of filter out some of the and make it a more flexible part of the bylaw. And so we can talk about that a little bit more. So that's kind of the first one, is the overview of kind of the changing definition of demolition. The second change is really when the determination of significance is made. And as I was saying before, right now, buildings are determined to be significant at a public hearing, and not, it's probably 50-50, I would guess, when it gets to a public hearing, if a building that's over 50 years old is determined to be significant or not. And, as all of you know, it takes a lot of work to put, towards a public hearing, advertising, legal ads, abutters notices, it's a lot of work for the applicant. It's a lot of work for town staff to do the research about all these buildings. And it's a lot of work for the historical commission to go through each of these buildings to review them. So the proposal here, and this is something we learned from other cities and towns in Massachusetts, is to kind of separate the process of determining significance from the process of determining whether the building should have a delay placed on it. So what we're proposing is kind of this two-step process where a designee of the commission, whether that's a group of commission members or commission members and town staff, kind of meet to first go through a set of criteria to determine significance. And then if it is found to be significant, then the building and the proposal for demolition is sent to a public hearing. And the historical commission focuses their public hearing on whether to place a 12-month delay on the property or not. So we feel it's a more efficient use of the historical commission's time, and also is more efficient for applicants for if they're applying for a building that's not significant, they can get their demolition permit quickly and not have to wait for the public hearing. And so let me just catch my breath. The third change is I'm going to do my best to explain it. I feel like it's a bit more of like an internal process to town hall and kind of how we operate a little bit more, but it's essentially right now the building department has their demolition permit that they issue, and that's something Rob Mora works with his staff to issue demolition permits. We have the historical commission reviews many of those demolition permits, but the applicants come and submit the same application for both processes. And so we're trying to decouple the building department from the historical commission, because they are essentially, when the applicant submits that application, it starts the timeline for both processes. And essentially it can get into a little bit of a gray area whether it's permissible or not. For example, if we put a delay on a structure, a 12-month delay, that kind of forces the building commissioner and his staff to not issue the demolition permit, which is, it kind of just sits there. And so what we're proposing is to kind of have a separate review process from the historical commission that is separate from the building department. And so essentially the result of the historical commission review would be the issuance of a demolition authorization, is what we're calling it. And you would need that demolition authorization to then get a demolition permit. So it's kind of just finding a way to separate those processes to make it a cleaner process altogether. And so we've added a lot of new terminology to the bylaw to reflect that change. So I think even though I felt like that was a lot of detail, there's still more to this bylaw that I could go on and on about, but those were kind of the three higher level changes that we're proposing, and happy to stop there and take any questions. And I think maybe we could also touch on the process moving forward in terms of the rescinding of the zoning and adding of the general bylaw, but I'll stop there for now.
Okay, I'd like to move to motions because this is a referral, but Pam, you have a question. Yes.
Thanks. This is actually, I'm looking forward to thinking about the work that you've put in to actually decide to get rid of an existing article and change it to a general bylaw instead of a zoning article. You've gone through a whole lot of work to sort of rethink this whole topic. And so I give you lots of credit for that. If you could kindly at this point, someone for the public's benefit, just please enumerate the steps that this bylaw conversation will take from today, from this referral through to the end, so people listening understand where this is going to pop up in the cycle and with whom through coming back to council for discussion. Thank you.
Actually, Mandy Jo and I actually exchanged an email on this, and Mandy Jo did an extensive outline. So I'm gonna ask for Mandy Jo to talk about that.
Yeah, so, I can't fully state what the planning board might decide to do versus what they have to do. They will, if these two referrals go through, the planning board will have to hold a hearing on the rescission of the zoning bylaw. The referral does not include to the planning board any recommendation on a general bylaw because there is no state law that requires them to make any recommendation on a general bylaw. As Ben stated, the planning board has already reviewed this before it even came here. I suspect they won't have to hold a hearing, but I suspect we may receive a recommendation on the language of the general bylaw too, but this referral won't formally include that because there's no state law requiring that. CRC will have to hold a hearing on the rescission of the zoning bylaw. That's why there's two referrals in here, because there's a hearing requirement on the action on the zoning bylaw. There is not a hearing requirement on the action on the general bylaw. CRC will discuss and make a recommendation on the general bylaw. As chair, I will have that planned for the same meeting as the hearing on the rescission of the zoning bylaw, because that's what makes sense. They'll be held separately. I suspect I will probably maybe not follow the exact public hearing rules for the zoning bylaw as we discuss the substantive matter of the general bylaw, but there will be definite time for comments on the general bylaw during that meeting, even if it's not a formal hearing, because that's what people will expect, because it's coming from a general zoning bylaw. After CRC makes its recommendation, it will go to GOL, have a legal review, then it would come to council. Those hearings have to be held within 65 days of the referral today. That's what I sent some numbers on in terms of what happens there. The council cannot vote until 21 days after the planning board closes its hearing. Or if it receives a report within those 21 days, it can vote before that. The council must vote on the rescission within 90 days of CRC closing its hearing on the rescission. The goal is to have the council vote on both at the same meeting. There are things that can happen, but the main point of comment and public comment, at least from the council point of view, will be during that meeting that CRC holds on the public hearing for the rescission, and then an open public comment period or extended public comment period directed for the general bylaw that would be replacing.
And if CRC so chooses, they can have that as a committee of the whole for that hearing. And then when it comes to the council, we have to hear it twice before we can pass it. Okay? And not only did we discuss the steps, but Mandy Jo set out like the minimum timeline that could happen. The earliest this can come back to the council is June. And that would be like speed.
Mid to late May, if we did it, once the hearings are set, we'll have a better idea of the earliest it can make the council. It's just the hearings have 65 days and I haven't figured out when I would set the hearing, whether it would be joint or not. I don't know when the planning board would set theirs, but the earliest the hearings can likely be set for CRC is April 14th, because the publication requires 2 weeks before that, and you need 5 days to get it to the paper before that 2-week notice. And so you essentially need 3 weeks. And the next meeting we have 3 weeks from today, later than that, is April 14th. The planning board's meeting in that timeframe is, I think, April 20th, but it might be April 13th. I'm not sure which one they do.
And there is no meeting the last Monday of May because it's Memorial Day. So did that answer your question, Pam?
I hope to see that in writing.
We can provide it in writing. Anna, you have a question?
I do. Yeah, I also would love a flow chart, just because I love a flow chart.
We have one.
Oh,
that
good.
Mandy Jo put
Please.
together.
I love
on how
it.
This happens.
My question is, if we have, this is for the chair of CRC. I know this comes back to council. In reading this as part of our packet today, if we have comments, I'm guessing it's going to be more helpful for those to go to CRC now before they have substantive decision. I just wanted to confirm that you are expecting or would be open to receiving those now.
I am always open to receiving them now during the meeting or prior to a public hearing. I have always made clear that if I receive counselor questions that are from counselors not on the CRC, that I will endeavor to ask them during the hearing myself, so that they can be included in that hearing.
Thank you. It's only half a page.
Great. Anything else? I'm going to move to a motion. The first, we have two, because we have to move to do the rescission and then we have to move to do the other one. So the first one is to refer rescission of the zoning bylaw Article 15 demolition delay to the Planning Board and the Community Resources Committee for public hearings held no later than May 25, 2022. And for a written recommendation from the Planning Board to the Town Council and Community Resources Committee no later than 21 days after the Planning Board hearing, and for the Community Resources Committee to send a written recommendation to the Town Council and to submit all materials to the Governance Organization and Legislation Committee for review of clarity, consistency, and actionability within 60 days of the hearing held by the Community Resources Committee. Mandy Jo, is there a second?
I will second, but with a point of order or clarification that it's Article 13, not 15.
Thank you.
I probably typed that wrong myself when I typed that in.
Okay. Is there any question about the motion? Kathy?
Don't really have a question about the motion. What I would like, and Mandy can probably tell me, if we meet all those dates, when would the new bylaw go on the books? So you don't have to tell me right now.
Yeah, I can pull it.
You know, it was X number of days for something and then another 50 days and then another. So I would just, I don't need that in order for me to vote on this, Lynn. It's just a piece of information that would be useful for me to have.
We'll find that and make sure you have it. Okay. Are there any other questions? Mandy Jo.
So in order for, I'll just say something, in order for an effective date to be no later than July 1st, the hearings essentially need to be closed by May 23rd, which is after the 65-day deadline. That's for July 1, an effective date no later than July 1, move everything, so what I didn't figure out is if the hearings are held April 14th and whatever that first planning board one is, that's like a month earlier. So that might allow us to have an effective date by June 1.
Okay, July 1 is, I think that's good. You gave me an answer to what I asked. Thanks very much.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, there's a motion on the table. We're going to move. I can't even remember where I am. I think I'm at Dorothy Pam. Dorothy?
My hand is not up.
No, I'm calling the question.
That you're referring this.
That we're referring this to CRC Planning Board.
Right.
GOL.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Thank
Yes,
you.
absolutely.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shanley Bell Milne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's a yes, Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
It's unanimous. The second motion is regarding the new bylaw, which is a general bylaw. It's to refer the proposed preservation of historic structures general bylaw to the Community Resources Committee for report and recommendation to the Town Council, and to submit all materials to the to the Governance Organization and Legislation Committee for review of clarity, consistency, and actionability concurrent with its submission of its material on the proposed rescission of zoning bylaw Article 13, demolition delay, in order for the council to be able to act on both measures so that the action would have the same effective date. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to start with Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Michelle, Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shelley Bell Milne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
It's unanimous. I just want to mention, I just want to check. In our audience, John Spinetti, I just want to mention that the farmer's market was approved under the consent agenda, so there'll be no further discussion about it tonight. You're welcome to stay, though. All right. We are going to actually skip over the rules of procedure. We will come back to them, not to worry. We're going to go to the rental bylaws and rental permit and inspection policies, next steps following the working session discussion. So I'm also going to ask that Athena put a motion on the screen. The motion is that both memos that have been provided to us by our very able sponsors, Councilors Haneke, Miller, Rooney, and Taub, be referred to CRC. And I also want to mention that the referral is not only based on the comprehensive housing policy, but should CRC and the sponsors decide that they would like another working session with the council at some point, which seems like a good idea, given how robust the discussion was today, that they should let us know and we will schedule that working session. So the motion is to refer General Bylaw 3.5, residential rental property, the proposed revision to that bylaw by Councilors Haneke, Miller, Rooney, and Taub, dated March 21, thank you, 2022, and the memo from Councilors Haneke, Miller, Rooney, and Taub titled Rental Permit and Inspection Policies, the need for revision to safeguard health, safety, and enhance neighborhoods and community, dated March 11, 2022, strike the next whole piece, to the Community Resources Committee to develop a revised bylaw in accordance with the comprehensive housing policy, with report and recommendation of a measure to the council by December 31st, 2022. I actually edited this and didn't realize it was already above. Sorry. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Okay. Is there further discussion at this time? Anna.
My brain isn't quite putting it together in my head, so I might need a little help. I would love to, I'm not proposing it right now. I'd love to propose an amendment that would include something about a recommendation also from TSO or input from TSO regarding fee structure, if that's part of the bylaw, as that is a town service and should be considered. I don't want TSO to have the whole thing, but I want, yeah.
So the fee structure would be a separate document, not part of the bylaw.
Thank you.
So it could head to TSO separately
Directly.
somehow.
Okay.
That's already,
Well, there's one
Well, there's
now,
one
but
now,
Yeah,
if
but
this
it's a
later
if
one.
out-
If
if this
there's-
comes out of
Right.
CRC with a full bylaw, it could come out with a proposed fee structure that could then be referred to TSO at that time.
Sure. I mean, I think
Or CRC.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Check in with TSO during that process.
Yeah, and I think in addition to just the fee structure, the other part was the regularity of permitting and things like that, that again falls under the umbrella of town service. So I stand by my wish, bad example, but I stand by, hoping that there will be a recommendation from TSO regarding the town services components.
Can I just mention this, all this does is send it to CRC for more work. Then it has to come back to the council, and the council then refers it for, if it happens to have a zoning implication, which we don't think it will, it goes to hearing. It can be referred to TSO, it can be referred to finance and to CRC, and then come back to the council, and then we go through voting for it twice. So there's plenty of opportunity for CRC, TSO, finance, I don't know, and GOL. Oh, I forgot every committee is going to have an opportunity to look at pieces of this at different times.
Can I provide my rationale for right now versus?
Sure.
Okay, so my only thought was just before it gets too fully baked, it might be helpful to get that versus then going back and having to undo work that was already done. That was my only concern, but I'm fine with that. I know it's going to go before all the committees. I had hoped that TSO could kind of be in the part about the town services from that ground level.
Okay, Kathy, I'm sorry, Mandy Jo, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I'll speak as chair of CRC. I'm going to view this referral as similar to the referral that was done with comprehensive housing policy, where CRC sought the advice of the chairs of like 6 different town committees, went to the trust's meetings to talk about this, sent the drafts to multiple places before it finalized a recommendation. And so I treat this referral in a similar manner as to how CRC dealt with that referral and making a recommendation to the council to adopt that policy. So I suspect it won't just be TSO, it will be many other committees and staff members and all seeking, CRC seeks comment and advice from before it makes a formal recommendation back to the council.
They could also have a joint meeting with TSO, and any number of things could happen between here and December 31st. Okay. Kathy.
I just have a question on, I don't know how I would word it, with an efficient way to do a revision. If from when we did the percent for art bylaw, we created an ad hoc committee that had a report back, and it wasn't just counselors. We could put a staff person on it, for example, but it was to have a group really focus on getting a good draft done. So is the intent here that CRC would be doing the drafting is my question, or would there, because that's the way I read that, and I'm not sure that's the most efficient way to get a, unless CRC wants to spend a lot of time on it. And 3 of the sponsors are on CRC, so I can see that, this has started. So that's my question.
Do you want me to go after, or do you want to go ahead?
I don't have a strong opinion on this. It just doesn't feel like the most efficient way to get to a simplified, streamlined, thoughtful draft of a bylaw.
So what I would say is there is no efficient way once a public body is tasked with drafting anything to get it done. No matter what is getting done, because it has to be done in open meeting and then it has to go back and forth. You have to talk about the language and all of that. CRC has experience with this through the comprehensive housing policy drafting, through some other things. I know it's not efficient. Michelle can talk about why we put this latest draft that these 4 sponsors hadn't really even discussed forward tonight to at least be able to send to CRC. We will be as efficient as possible. Past CRC members and committee makeups have added meetings to get their work done in a timely manner. That may be something that this committee considers in order to be able to devote certain meetings to only discussing things like that. I can't say exactly what the work plan will look like at this point, but I do think a December 31st deadline, even given the two other referrals we just made to CRC, the flood maps that are coming up. I do think there will be a way to make the December 31st deadline.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. It's in front of you. And I am going to begin with Kathy Shane.
Yes. Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is aye. I'm sorry. Lynn Griesmer, is she anywhere in the room? Sorry. Edie Jo Hannicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Pam, Dorothy Pam,
Absolutely.
and Pam Rooney.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Okay, I am going to pause for a moment and just ask for those of you who have been involved, and I want to pause for a moment and say, I want to thank the 4 sponsors of this who will continue to be sponsors of this for the amazing amount of work that you've put into getting this going. It is outstanding, excellent. We wouldn't be where we are today if you hadn't done it. So thank you. My next question is there anything in the rules of procedure that we have to do tonight? Or do we want to plow through and get it done?
I was going to ask you, we had a date that this had to be completed by, but I wasn't
You
sure.
can always get delays on that.
Okay.
You just say, we've done it.
I was for definite going to ask if we could move Rule 6. That's the rule that has the most amount of discussion attached to it, I think. Already heard from at least one counselor. Depending on what people want to do, I think we can move through things pretty quickly, but we're going to focus our energy and time on Rule 6 mostly.
Okay, then I'm going to suggest that we move on and we quickly go to the rules of procedure.
So I wanted to start by saying that GOL voted 4-0 with 1 absent, which was Anika, although she was there for most of the discussion but had to leave toward the end, to recommend the council adopt amendments to the town council rules of procedure as presented by GOL on March 9th, with the request that Councilor Walker review the council statement of values pertaining to grace prior to presentation to the council. So I think given what time it is right now, what would be most efficient is not to go through every single amendment. I pulled out Rule 1.6 because I think that may be one that I've already heard from a counselor on and may have some discussion around it. So there we traded 2 readings for 1 reading with a 2/3 vote of the council. And that's for approving rules as they're reviewed annually. So maybe just pausing there to see if there are any comments or questions on that.
Let me use this as an opportunity as this rule does not apply to this adoption. Okay, we
That's
still have
right.
to bring this back 2 weeks from now for the actual vote. Okay, I'm getting punchy. Phew. Go
That's
ahead.
good.
Are there questions?
Yeah.
Keep on.
All right, so if there aren't any other questions on anything else other than Rule 6, I'd like to just move right to Rule 6, but just pausing to see if you've had a chance to review. Are there any other questions about any of the other amendments other than Rule 6 and the values?
Anna.
I'm so sorry.
Gotta
Just
do
one.
it.
I know, sorry, I'm looking at my list. Can you explain the rationale, 5.2C is where I'm at. So can you explain why removing the differentiation between in favor and in opposition in favor of just a general public comment?
Yeah, I think we talked about, first of all, this is normally in these hearings, we haven't asked for people to speak in favor or in opposition. So this sort of reflects more of, I think, what we've done in hearings. But it was also to sort of take out that binary aspect. So you're either asking a question or making a comment. Doesn't really matter whether you're speaking in favor or opposition.
Yeah. And my personal experience in running hearings, and then Mandy Jo has run many more even than I have, I think, and that is that people don't differentiate. They just make public comment. Mandy Jo?
Yeah, so I would say some people don't have an opinion one way or the other, and then they don't know where they get to make their comment is one of the issues. But the other one is in CRC, we've gotten a lot of zoning bylaw comments that are like, I'm not in favor because I want you to go even more, which means they're kind of in favor, but they want even more strict or, you know, and so they're not always as binary. And so this was a way to lessen that confusion of where do I speak if I'm not really in favor or opposed and stuff like that.
Great. Continuing on.
Okay, so
Anna, did you have
any
your hand up? Okay, got it.
other questions about anything else other than Rule 6? Okay. So Rule 6 is where we did the most amount of work, and there are lots of amendments. Generally speaking, our goal here was to make it more clear, and also to make the language more proactive and positive, essentially. So that's what we tried to do here. And we did take some of the feedback from the retreat as well as just our own discussions. So, yes.
Pat? You have
Yes,
a question?
Pat, absolutely.
As we look at Rule 6, you'll see I've broken it, smashed it, in fact, at the beginning of the meeting, unintentionally. My anger was, it was heartfelt, but I really jumped on you, Jennifer, and I want to publicly apologize.
Okay.
Thank you. I did not take it that way.
Yes, you
Yeah.
did.
No.
Face, I'm sorry.
Thank you, but no.
So just opening it up for discussion. I mean, we could go through, if everyone's had a chance to read it, I'll just open it up for discussion and see what comments and questions people have.
I like the changes. Andy?
Yeah, just a real simple question, and that is the use of the word ethics. I think that I was a little bit curious on that because we've heard from some members of the public about questions of whether we should go beyond what the Ethics Commission requires. And I think that we're using the word ethics in a different way than the Ethics Commission is using the word. So it's really the use of that word in the title.
At least one other counselor, I think I'll let that person speak for themselves, may have a comment on this. But I think that came about, first of all, because we talked in the retreat about the use of the word courtesy. So we were looking for another word there, and also bringing up an ethics statement, which this particular ethics statement we modeled off of East Hampton's rules. So maybe if anyone else on the committee wants to add to that.
Other comments from the committee, Pat? You still have your hand up, Pat.
Okay, Kathy?
Yeah, Michelle said she thought at least one other person wanted to comment because I wrote her an email. I did, like Andy, looked at the word ethics, and then I expected to see a little section called ethics, which I think would be a good idea. So I didn't mind that, and then I looked up the word ethics. Ethics has a conduct side to it, and so I think we've done a nice job on conduct. But I think dropping in something that confirms our adherence to the larger ethics laws, and I had a few specifics that, and I'll just read them out as 3 bullets, as a simple sort of short ethics thing, that we confirm that we're going to act in an ethical manner as per the Massachusetts code, and we could drop it in. And this would include, do not accept gifts with a value of $50 or more. With a this is cumulative. It could be a series of lunches or dinners. Second, disclose all business or personal relationships regarding matters before the council for a vote. And third, recuse oneself from a discussion or vote if personal or financial relationships might influence your vote. So I think it would be worth, in our rules, dropping something like these 3 in, and I'm not sure exactly where, because I did like the other revisions and the change in some of the wording that made it clearer what we were confirming. So my suggestion was triggered by the word ethics, which meant something larger to me than the old word, which was conduct.
Anna?
Zoom kind of answered my question for me, which was about clarifying meeting participants to include attendees, but Zoom counts them as participants. So I'm going to assume that that sentence includes presenters, counselors, audience, etc.
Andy?
Yeah, I guess 2 things. One is I'm not feeling that it is necessary or appropriate for us to repeat what is the themes that are covered in the Code of Ethics, the Ethics Commission has developed. We really have a state government that has established a set of ethics rules, training, complaint system, monitoring. I mean, there's just it's such an intricate and well thought out process that we're required to do this training, I think every other year, and certify that we've done the training. It just doesn't seem that it's a subject that we need to add to at all, because we've already, just by having been elected, placed ourselves in a position of having to learn about and comply with one of the strictest definitions that any state has complied. And so I just don't find it necessary. The other is that I think that there are other words that we could think about, and I don't think we need to solve that problem tonight. But I mean, even a word like civility, because that's a common used term, is that sometimes there's just a lack of civility. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Alicia?
So I just wanted to voice my support for the language that was used for adding grace as a value, and also just appreciate that you all took that, my recommendation, into consideration there. So I just wanted to vocalize my support, and I think the wording is exactly as I described. So I appreciate that from you all.
Can I respond to Alicia real quick about that?
Please.
I also wanted to point out F, which was something, wait, let me make sure it was F. Let me get where Alicia made another recommendation during the retreat. Let's see. Okay, it's K. So 6.3 K, excuse me. Counselors shall communicate to the council how they would like to be addressed at the first meeting of the session or at any reasonable time thereafter. Counselors shall use the requested names to address each other. And that was what we thought was an excellent recommendation. And we also recognize that it may be challenging for us if we do adopt that, but we're willing, at least in GOL, we were willing to certainly meet that challenge. So thank you for making that recommendation as well.
And, okay, Dorothy.
I wanted to support the small changes that Kathy suggested. Courtesy, you can be saying nasty things in a very courteous way. Ethics refers to behavior, and I think it's very simple to have them as part of this and not have to go to refer to some other document. So I thought that was simple and clear and just useful to have them here.
Shalini.
Yeah, I would agree that having the ethics component very clearly laid out here is really important, because there was a lot of confusion amongst the public. We recently saw whether, what's expected, what's done, what is not done, and to expect residents to go and figure out different documents is not reasonable. I think having it very clearly laid out that in case of conflict of interest, these are the steps we take. And one of the other things that I heard from residents was, what opportunities do they have to raise those questions? And what I'd offered is, like, if you don't feel comfortable, because we are pretty approachable, so I'd like, just write to us. And they were like, we don't feel comfortable writing to the person who's maybe we're talking about. So I said, well, go to your district counselors, and they are there and they can speak on your behalf. Or so just making all these different options available to either we put it on our town council page or over here in this document. I think that's really important. Yeah.
Are there other comments? I have no problem if there's a reference to the ethics law in this section. I think trying to then pick out the pieces of it that we think should be there is very challenging. Kathy cited a few. Shalini just referred to, and then what do you do if? And by the time we get done, we will have repeated or reworded the ethics law. And in some ways, I think it's better to just provide a live link. Mandy Jo?
Yeah, I just want to point out that section 6.5 is titled Conflict of Interest and is a whopping 2 sentences long.
Yep.
It might, maybe we want to retitle it and add conflict of interest and ethics, but it is all counselors shall comply with MGL ethics and conflict of interest laws. Counselors shall conduct themselves in the spirit of openness and transparency. So if GOL wants to reconsider potentially adding or talk about Kathy's suggestion, that's where I would recommend we think about putting it and retitling that section, or even just retitling that section to begin with, because it actually talks about both conflict of interest and ethics. So that could be something GOL could do at its next meeting before this comes back.
Right. Right now, the plan is for this to come back on April 4th. If it's not ready, we can do it on April 25th. Did I get it right this time? Thank you. In the process, are there any other comments on this section? Are there any other comments on any of the other recommended changes? And I would like you to just, because I believe that there is a place where you also took something from our retreat and added in. And again, thank you, Alicia.
And also to note, we added another value, tolerance, which was not there previously.
Right, we're going all the way to the end.
And I forgot that this was only a first reading. We don't have to vote on this.
Right. We do not have to resolve this tonight.
I promise. Okay? Anything else? GOL, I want to thank you for your work and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
We are now to a vote about our town council meeting format. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. So we had quite a bit of discussion about this at the last meeting. In your motions for tonight is the following motion. It's actually the motion that's on the floor. It's effective immediately to hold all town council meetings in the in-person meeting format until July 15th, 2022, with the option of virtual meetings if the president declares 24 hours in advance of a meeting that there will be fewer than 5 counselors physically present and with virtual public access until July 15th, 2022. This does not require a second. It's already on the floor. Is there any further discussion with regard to this motion? Seeing none, then we're going to move to, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Pam? Pam? Okay, great. Anything else? Okay, then we will move to a vote. Okay, Pam has her hand up. You're allowed to be punchy at this hour. Pam, go right ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that we have the discussion about allowing and continuing the dual virtual for the public, because I think there are a number of people that really will only participate via virtual, even if we're here in person. So I just want to cover that at some point. Thank you.
This motion takes us only to July 15th. It continues to only allow the public to attend virtually. Before July 15th, we will have to vote again. I can only say that I agree with you. And having managed meetings now with audience and virtual and everybody in any number of ways, I'm fine. Okay. Is there any other question about this motion? Dorothy?
I thought I read something in preparation for the meeting that you're going to delete the requirement of at least 5 people in person. Didn't I read that somewhere?
Not that I thought of.
Okay.
I mean, I have to be honest, the only time I've used it was for one night when it was icy. And other than that, I'm more than glad to be here, even if there's only 3 of us, but it's the staff issue that comes in. And even then, we could figure out how to provide different rooms and people could come and we could sit here. Okay. Are there any other questions then? Pam, any further question? Okay. All right, then we're going to move to a vote and we start in this case with Andy Steinberg. You need to unmute.
I think I'm going to abstain. I'm sorry.
Okay. Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Nika Lopes.
Yes.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
It passes 12 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. Okay, effective immediately to hold all town council committee meetings And here we get a choice. I'm going to go with virtual, and then we'll see. Meeting format with virtual public access until July 15, 2022. Is there a second?
Change seconds.
Okay, so the motion is effective immediately to hold all town council committee meetings virtual in virtual format, I guess, in virtual format with virtual public access. Okay. Questions, comments? Michelle?
Beyond July 15th, will there be no option to hold committee meetings?
It depends on the state law.
Okay.
At this point, it's the only reason we can go to July 15th is the state law.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. And that's at one point, the reason the motions were different is because it ended April 1st. And now it's been extended to the 15th. Mandy Zhao?
Yeah, it's no surprise that people that I will say, I think it's high time we started meeting our committees in person too, except for the fact that I still, I understand the public enjoys virtual access. So my question, I'm not going to vote against this, but I really do need to hear from Paul and maybe Athena, because, I don't know where she is on these conversations. She looks ready, about our progress to allowing virtual access to committee meetings when we go back in person.
So we have been working on that internally with IT and with people who run the meetings with Brianna, Athena, Angela Mills. Our mission is right now, the way we see it, is that the virtual access to meetings is a high priority for the town. People like it. They want to keep it. This room is the only one that's available right now that can successfully accommodate that. It's not a visual thing, it's an audio thing. The problem we run into, and we've run into it about 4 times tonight or 5 or 6 times, has been people's computers, and it's the audio that creates a conflict. That's why we're using these microphones, and it works because IT is very helpful for that. And the reason we need to use these microphones is because the size of the room. Smaller rooms we can accommodate more easily. So we will be outfitting the first floor meeting room and other meeting rooms as we can get the technology in place. Our plan is to start to try some of these with our smaller committees and see if it works. Some committees are very eager to be back in person, and I think if we start to try it out, and so that we have everything in place, we want to pilot some things and just see how hard it is, have actual committees come in and set it up and trying to use it. So that's how we're going to be spending the next couple of months as we start to work this through. There is some supply chain issues, but we think that we can get most of the stuff in place. It will be restricted by the number of meeting rooms that we have outfitted. We need a camera like that's up there that will record everything. And then we need microphones to be placed successfully. And then we can basically run Zoom meetings and people can watch. And that's what we would like to be able to not lose that opportunity for every meeting to be recorded. But it's going to be, if you recall, prior to pandemic, we would have 4 or 5 meetings in this building at night and some at the Bang Center. So there are times when we're using rooms that might not otherwise be accommodated. But just to get to your question, yes, that's our mission. And the way we prioritize it is that maintaining public access is the highest priority for us. And then right now, we don't know what's going to happen with remote participation, but that's a secondary thing.
Thanks for asking that question. Okay, any other questions before we vote on this motion? Okay, then we're going to move. So we start in this case with Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shelley Bellmilne.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Yes.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
It's unanimous. We have already done the appointments. Just want to make sure I don't miss something. And we're up to community committee And liaison reports, CRC, Mandy Jo.
I'm going to make it really quick. We already did begin the review of the preservation bylaw that was just referred to us. So we'll continue that. The planning department already has some comments from us. So we expect to see some revisions related to those comments before we even hold the hearing. But the biggest thing I need to talk about is CRC is tasked with making recommendations to the council for both the planning board and ZBA. The planning board has 2 impending vacancies that will come potentially vacant. Well, we'll have 2 people with terms expiring as of June 30. They count as impending vacancies. I cannot at this point state whether those individuals will be seeking reappointment or not. But we're looking for planning board CAFs. We're looking for ZBA CAFs. There are 2 actual vacancies in the associate members of ZBA right now. There are 2 full member impending vacancies because there are 2 terms expiring that are full members as of June 30th. And there are 2 more associate members terms expiring because associate member terms are only 1 year, which means we are looking to fill 6 ZBA spots. We do not, as I said, we cannot say whether or not at this point there are any of those 4 people in the ZBA that will seek reappointment or not, or whether those 2 planning board members will seek reappointment. But that is 8 positions in the planning board and ZBA we need to make recommendations to this council for. We need every counselor's help in recruiting people to fill out CAFs. The bulletin board notices are up for all of these vacancies. It is our entire council's role and duty to help us recruit, not just CRC members. And if you're public still out there or you're watching this later, if you know anyone, if you yourself are interested, please fill out the CAF.
I think we heard you. Now we have to do it. Okay. Kathy, Elementary School Building Committee. Have you taken a break since last week?
No, I just dream about it all the time. We submitted something called a preliminary design program. It was submitted to MSBA, and their first email back to us was an interesting one. Good for you. You've got all the parts that we require. And then we'll get back to you about content later. But it wasn't quite. I've done a layperson. We're meeting this Friday, where we're going to be talking about next steps, because now we have 4 options in front of us, 2 different possible sites, and whether to build all new or add reno, and we have to get down to 1. So we're going to be talking about where do we go next. Then for those who are following net zero, we will be having a subcommittee meeting, not this week, but next week, probably Tuesday. And I will let all the council know when we confirm the date. And at that meeting, the design team and their experts around energy and efficiency will be talking to us about using ground source heat pumps versus air source heat pumps and the relative costs of each over a life cycle. So those are our two choices of how to heat and cool the building, and they affect the cost of the whole project. So for those interested in that will be next week, probably Tuesday afternoon.
That answers one of my concerns because finance is Tuesday morning. So Andy, finance.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. We have a couple of meetings scheduled, and they're still placing items on agendas. I'll tell you real quickly what a couple of agenda items coming are. But I wanted to say first that if there are issues that you think it's important for finance to pay attention to, that are not related to the actual budget, which the town manager will provide to us at the beginning of May, it would be helpful to have those suggestions to us so that we can schedule it during April meetings, and because we really need to concentrate on the budget when it's presented for the entire month of May and part of June. So the issues that I think are going to come up for sure is that the transportation or the parking policy rather. I should word it correctly. The parking policy, there was a discrepancy between the Finance Committee recommendation and the TSO motion that was passed. And we're going to bring that back to the Finance Committee to talk about whether the Finance Committee wants to make its recommendation, not just a report, but a recommendation to the council. So that issue needs to come up in our next meeting. The other one that we will take up with a little bit more detail when we can get confirmation on scheduling of availability of key Department of Public Works staff is the questions of water and sewer rates and how they're set up and how they fit into the proposed new regulations. And that's something that we had started on a little while ago, and we need to get back to that and want to try and move that a little bit forward in our discussions during April.
Great, thank you. And again, we do not have a Finance Committee meeting this week. We have one next week at 9 o'clock. GOL, Michelle.
So we just did the first reading of the rules. So that was a big chunk of our work. We voted 3 proclamations, and I just want to recognize the community sponsors for each of those. For child abuse prevention, we have Marlene Musanti. For the Ukraine resolution, we had Pete and Keena Mackey. And for the UMass women's basketball team, we had Dr. Amilcar Shabazz. And I have found that working with the community sponsors is an excellent way to engage the community in our work. And it's been really rewarding to do that in GOL. And just to reiterate that there will be a flag raising and reading for the child abuse prevention resolution on April 1st at 2:30 outside of Town Hall, and a flag raising and reading of the Ukraine resolution this coming Wednesday, March 23rd at 4 p.m. also at Town Hall. What's coming next? Our next meeting is this Wednesday from 9 to 11, and we will continue our discussion and hopefully wrap it up for the Town Council Standing Committee structure. We'll begin an equity lens review process. Also on the horizon is a plant medicine resolution, hopefully a UMass Hockey National Championship proclamation, and the Juneteenth proclamation.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Kathy, JCPC.
JCPC has finished meeting with all the department heads, and our meeting last week, we went through our recommendations. We make a recommendation report to the town manager, so we are not a decision-making body. And I hope to get a draft of that done tomorrow for Thursday's meeting, and then it goes to Paul. And one of the things I want to remark on, Paul, that I thought was incredibly helpful, that he gets feedback from our discussions and reacts to some of them in a way that is really positive, because if it looks like a recommendation is coming, he thinks about it and often says, I agree with that. And so we can make it a very positive, interactive report on getting that feedback. So I thought that was very helpful, Paul, that you would talk through those. And I also want to commend you and your staff. You gave us an excellent first draft of a lot of important information. You're building on some innovations over the years, and I think it's really getting stronger and stronger. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Jones Library Building Committee, Anika.
Yeah, so we're starting to pick up a little bit of traction. As far as the outreach subcommittee goes, we'll be meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m. I'm sorry, Wednesday at 4 p.m. And so we'll have a recap of the community outreach from the feasibility and preliminary design phase, as well as a review of the approved building program and a design parameters discussion as well as next steps going forward. So I do stand corrected. That is the 22nd at tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Great, thank you. Dorothy, TSO.
TSO voted on the town permit parking recommendation to amend it briefly by adding Page and Beston to the residential parking district, but to forward it as it was, with the understanding and with clarification that the town manager can in fact move up the time schedule if he so decides. We're clearly understanding the need, which the finance committee really spelled out, the need for increased money for the transportation fund, which is very necessary for parking new meters and parking software for handhelds. So we will all discuss that, vote on that later. Our agenda coming up will include, and our meeting is this Thursday on March 24th at 7, rental permit fees, lunch carts, and street closures for summer dining. So we invite you all to come to those meetings. Thank you.
Great. Paul, town manager's report.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any liaison reports? No. Okay, Paul.
Thank you. And thank you, Kathy, for those comments. I mean, the base for our organization was with Sonia Aldridge and Holly Drake, and then Sean Mangano has just ramped it us a higher level, and they work so well together and are really improving our capacity and our deliverables to the council. So it's good all around. I have a half a dozen things I really do need to comment on. So first on COVID, I'm just going to touch on these things very quickly, not go into any detail. If you have questions, we can go into it. Mask mandate was lifted as of March 10th. The Stop the Spread site at the university we've been notified by the state that they're going to stop funding that on April 1st. We as a town and also our state legislators petitioned the state to keep it going. The state legislators have been informed that they will not extend it beyond April 1st. We do have rapid tests that are available for the public. If people need rapid tests, they can go to the Bank Center at the Department of Public Health, and they have them available if people need them. Something we're going to be asking the town councilors to support is our spring cleanup day, which we are tentatively scheduled for April 30th. We'll be working with the BID, the chamber, the business community, university, colleges, a number of individual businesses who want to sponsor teams. We're hoping that we will organize ourselves through the districts with district councilors being hosts if you're available. It's not a requirement. We'll help, we'll provide the logistical support. So more to come on that. Northampton Road, Route 9, which from South Pleasant Street to University Drive is in for a major construction project, which will limit traffic. We're going to try to keep as much traffic on Northampton Road as possible, but there will be times when it's one lane going one lane taking turns going through there during certain parts of construction. That some of the work has already begun. It's scheduled for 2 years. We're hoping that they will expedite the project and possibly get it done sooner than that, but they will typically, they close up shop by the end before Christmas. When the asphalt plants close down, they button it up and then they come back in the spring. So, but I anticipate that will generate a lot of challenges for people driving. So and then it'll spew out onto other neighboring streets as well. So we're preparing for that. In my town manager report, I give you a pretty detailed sort of summary about the bears that have been witnessed in the neighborhood. Really interesting though, I think. And this comes from, who knew the state has a bear expert on its staff. And so this guy, wrote to one of the constituents in town, and he offered to share that. So we appreciated the counselor's role in that, sharing that information. I did not even have that access until the counselor Lopes shared that information. So thank you. Belchertown Road, you saw the announcement. That project is going to Wayfinders, really exciting project, 70 units. all but 10 will be affordable, and some with deep affordability. Terrific organization with Wayfinders leading that project. So it'll take a long time to get them up and running because there's a lot of things. We are now moving on to negotiating the land development agreement, which is a legal agreement with Wayfinders, so they can begin to act on the bid award. And the last thing I want to mention is Hickory Ridge, which is a long time coming, but it arrived and we now own it, and for a bargain rate of $520,000 for 150 acres. Sensitive area, so many opportunities for different things for that parcel. And we already have a lot of people who have a lot of ideas for it, so it'll be a pretty robust community engagement process and helping to decide how to use that property to meet all the needs of the community. So that's it for me.
Questions, Mandy Jo?
Just one about the Northampton Road project. I noticed that you also mentioned that the Snell Street University Drive South roundabout project's going to start at the same time. Is there a way to work between those two so that at least one of those roads is open if the other one is closed? Because if Snell Street closes while Route 9 closes, we're in big trouble.
Yeah, so Snell Street won't close. It's just there'll be construction there, and there might be some traffic constrictions there. Snell Street should be relatively quick, 2 to 3 weeks. So it shouldn't take very long, that U Drive intersection. And most of the work is at the intersection of U Drive and Snell Street. So they're ready to get started right now. The asphalt plant's open today. And so you may have seen our workers out there with 3 crews out there with hot asphalt, which when they fill a pothole, it actually sticks instead of cold patch. So we will start to be able to make some decent progress on all the potholes out there.
Don't jinx it. Michelle?
Coming back to Hickory Ridge just for a moment, what role do counselors play in the next steps? What role can we play? What role should we play? How can we support the process in terms of our district meetings? What sorts of things?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, we will work through counselors in terms of educating people about what the options are. We will have just we've already had a bunch of general meetings about educating people about the land. The next phase is we will be doing some assessments of the actual buildings on the site to understand if they are available for use. But then in terms of, we know we want, with your vote for the trail support with the CPA funds. So we know we'll be doing some trail work. And so I think engaging counselors in multiple ways, however you want to be involved, as much as you want or as little as you want.
Pat?
Thank you. Paul, congratulations on the redo grant for the ADA accessible parklets. I'm concerned.
Could you speak into your mic?
I have it on. Knew anything about the grant, and they definitely want to be able to look at that.
Sure, I can do that.
We have now seen the downside of in-person. Directional mics, exactly. I'd like to speak.
Even a little bit, you lose, right?
Okay, I'm just teasing, Pat. It's that hour of the night. Shalini.
3 questions about the Northampton Road. I was curious if there'll be bike lanes over there. And secondly, where are we with the economic director? I know what we're calling it something else. And thirdly, where are we with the design consultant?
So for Northampton Road, there will be 2 sidewalks, one on each side of the road, and there will be shoulders that will accommodate biking along the side, and there'll be 1 lane of traffic in each direction. So they will be moving the road. It's a pretty wide right of way there, so they'll be moving the road to the north slightly, and I can see if we can get the plans for that for you in terms of for that. and what that should look like. For economic empowerment, that we are working through that role with working with the bid in the chamber, because we want, the way we're looking at this is someone who will support their work because they have the bigger connection to the business community, and also putting in their some connection with the university as well. So we are still working through the contracting piece of that. It's a little more complex than, because we want to make sure that there are adequate safeguards in our ability to be explicit about our performance expectations. We think that working with the business community, that will get done faster and more productively than if we hired someone. And it, because it's a time limited grant, it's only about 2.5 years. So for us to go out and do recruiting someone for a short period of time, we think that it will go faster and be more productive through the business community. The design, in terms of, I think you're talking about the downtown.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know where that is right now. I can find out for you though.
Okay,
Thank
any
you.
other questions of the town manager? Okay, then I'm going to very quickly go on to a few comments. First of all, if any of you know some enterprising people, they can already get the bumper stickers and t-shirts ready that say, "I survived the Route 9 construction." Paul and his staff did a terrific briefing for the District 3 and District 4 counselors this week. And we had the fire and the DPW and police there. And I mean, they really have this well planned and will manage it to the best of anybody's capabilities. In terms of future agenda, I did want to mention that during this past week, either working with Andy and Sean Mangano or with separately with Mindy and Joe, we've had conversations about the failing nature of the MSBA formula, and which is basically funding three different issues. One is the square footage is nowhere near what square footage is now. The issue of site preparation costs are only at 8%, and the other one is they don't reimburse for things such as solar panels. In other words, net zero. We're working on some strategies to see if we can figure out how to prompt some changes in time for us, which is unfortunately a very small window. And at this point, I have no other news to report on that. But one of the things that I benefited from by going to all of the different meetings and so forth that Kathy and the school committee have had is understanding enough, because when it comes right down to it, our job is to figure out how to fund this thing. So that's where I'm trying to focus at this point. Mandy Jo, you have your hand up.
I have an future agenda item question.
Okay. Can I tell you what else I have for agendas? Next week, no, we get a week off. 2 weeks from now, poll hearing on College Street. We will be getting the regional school budget. If Sue Audette is ready, we'll come back to voter locations. Finance Committee and TSO will be coming with the parking permit regulation changes that will come for a vote. Sewer regulations are going to be forwarded. And at that point, TSO is going to work through both sewer and water, both bylaws and regulations at the same time. We're also going to do a Kendrick Park update and make sure we understand what else needs to be done. And Paul, I'm going to suggest that we add in a quick overview of Route 9 at that point, since Guilford will be here. Flood maps, if they're ready. And then that's a referral to CRC and Planning Board. And council committee structures, if you're ready. Second reading on rules of procedure. Prepare for a lengthy meeting. Mandy Jo.
You said something that just gives me a mind to TSO. If one of the changes in the rules passes the next time, the bylaw related to water regulations may not be necessary anymore because there's a proposed change to our rules that that anything with fees can be done by bylaw or regulation. So just keep that in mind, and Paul and them think about whether you'd need a bylaw or not if that change passes when it's back at the council. But my question is related to the regional school capital borrowing. I believe there's a legal timeline about voting, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what the voting requirement is. If one town turns it down, does it get turned down? You know, what's that? And also the school committee, the regional school committee, I believe voted a borrowing for potentially two completely different projects. How does that work in approving borrowing? Like when this comes, I assume it's going to come to the council, but I want to know when that capital borrowing is going to be on the agenda to make sure we comply with the state law. But how does it work when they're proposing $1.5 million of borrowing that could be either this project or that project, even though they are, quote, sort of similar projects? And I just don't even, to me, they're different projects. So
Paul, unless you have an ironclad answer, I'm going to suggest we try to answer that in 2 weeks.
no,
Okay? When Sean, I think, will be with us as well as the superintendent.
so will the regional borrowing be on the agenda in 2 weeks, or is it just the budget?
I believe it's all coming, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, I think I think
Yeah.
April or
They
April
voted-
4th, so we can do it at that point. I think there's 60 days for the council to act.
And 60 days from when they voted, like a week?
March 15th, I think it
Okay.
was.
Right, and we just actually, Sean just alerted me to the fact that that means that we were going to be voting at May 16th, but that is more than 60 days. And so we're going to have to vote it by May 2nd. Unless we throw another meeting in there, which I'm not in favor of. Okay? Good. Yeah, Sean was on that one earlier today. Are there any other questions, future agenda items? Mandy Jo, you have your hand up? Okay. Any other counselor comments? Besides, you wish I'd adjourn the meeting?
Can I have one? Can I have just one thing?
Yeah.
Lynn? So tonight, earlier tonight, our new CRUST director started work today. Earlier tonight, he was here before you got your meeting started. So introducing himself, people are so thrilled. Earl Miller is going to be a rock star here, and already he's making all kinds of connections and getting things out the door. So we're very excited to have him.
And he's excited about our program. So that's great. All right. Okay. Anything else? 1, 2, 3 gone. Meeting's adjourned. It's 11 o'clock. Okay, 10:59. Go by.